So I'm hoping that you all are in pairs rather than just one. So now let's start. The slight philosophy behind the whole thing. Apart from the pleasure that aquarium hobby gives you, it is considered to be a very, very relaxing pastime, and aquariums are being increasingly kept in hospital wards. Now you'd ask me why? Is it just for patients to go and take a look and relax and, like they're watching television? No, it's not that. It has been proved that people who suffer from anxiety, etc., if they sit in front of an aquarium and they watch the fishes moving, it's some form of meditation. So by sitting in front of the aquarium for a long time, the brain gets away from depressive and negative thoughts. A relaxation sets in, and what are called alpha waves get promoted so that you become quite calm and composed. So it has a tremendous medical value as well. Now, as far as the pleasure of keeping an aquarium at home, it doesn't need much trouble at all. You'll be very surprised to know that the aquarium can be cleaned once every month, or at the very most twice in a month. The general opinion is that the water has to be changed every day or every couple of days. That's an absolutely wrong notion. I've had an aquarium where I haven't changed the water for 3 years. So it's not a laborious hobby, and it doesn't require you to go on changing water, etc., etc. Now, let's get down to the aquarium itself. Usually, you have different sizes of aquariums. You have aquariums from as small as the one you can see in front of you, which is just about 1 foot by 1 foot, to aquariums about 6 feet and 7 feet long. And in the 5-star hotels, you have even longer aquariums than that, 15 feet, 20 feet, etc., etc. So how do you decide what aquarium you're going to have? According to me, an average household must have an aquarium which is at least 2 feet long by 12 inches deep by 15 inches high. You think they can see that? Move a little.
No, this spotlight is mine.
Oh. Now, keep that in mind, please. The minimum size aquarium that you need to keep in a household is 2 feet long by 12 inches deep by 12 inches wide by 15 inches deep. Now you'll ask me why, and then why are there smaller aquariums? Now, fish require a comfortable sized home to live in. I mean, if you're not a very well-to-do person, you can live in one room, or you can live in one bedroom, or you can live in a 1-bedroom flat. But everyone aspires to have at least a 2-bedroom flat these days in India, because that's a comfortable environment and a comfortable size to live in. So similarly, as a result of trial, error, good appearance, health of the fish, growth of the plants, etc., it is established that for an average household, this dimension is best, about 2 feet long by about 1 foot wide by about 15 inches deep. Now, having acquired that aquarium, you need to wash it first. Please do not use soap, because soap is poison to fish. If you use soap and there are any traces left over there, the fish that you subsequently put in are going to die. So just wash it with plain water, use a sponge or use some absorbent cloth, keep rubbing it until it is clean and dry. Having done that, the first thing that you need to do is to put some sand into the aquarium. Now, I hope you can see this bowl. This bowl has got gritty sand. This sand is not sea sand. If you put sea sand, it will choke the plants and the roots will die. If you put marble chips which you get in the aquarium shops, the marble chips gradually release calcium, and the calcium causes the fish to die. So the best things is to do is to use fine sized stone chips, which Aparna is showing to you, which you get in an aquarium shop, and they are generally about slightly larger than pea size, but they are not round, they are irregular. So keep this in mind, and you get this in multiple colors. The one which you are seeing is generally a sort of a mud based or a river based sand which we use. Now the first thing to do is to put the sand in the aquarium. So we have Aparna's son, Satvik, who's going to put the sand with his hand. Please start putting the sand, Satvik. Here. Hi. You can't see him. He's combed his hair very well around today. So I'll make him pop his face in front of the aquarium. Now, let him keep putting the sand in, and you should do it with your hand ideally, because the glass will crack if you start pouring it in just like that. It's best that you gently put the sand in. Yeah, now while they are putting the sand in, I may tell you, I've given you the size of the aquarium. Now, the thickness of the glass is very important, because the aquarium should be able to hold the pressure of the water. So the glass should be about 1/8 of an inch thick. Usually in the aquarium shops, they make it to this thickness of glass, so you don't have to go around measuring. But for your information, it should be 1/8 of an inch thick. Now, the capacity of the aquarium, which I told you, is approximately 20 gallons, or if you like, 37.5 liters. 37.5 liters is the ideal capacity for a home aquarium. Now, I don't want to keep talking like a classroom, so I would like some interruptions. I think at this stage, some of you would like to ask some questions. So while Aparna and Satvik are putting the sand in, please ask me one or two things, at least 2 or 3 things, whatever.
We have to put the whole thing, right?
Anyone wishes to ask something? I think, Roy, if you stimulate the interaction, that will be nice.
Yeah.
People remaining quiet make me very nervous, and I start sweating at my palms, and I start shivering and all that. So please say something.
I have been told that the water that we use should be stale water. Is it true?
Yes, I'm coming to that. Before I talk about the kind of water to be used, I will tell you actually the number of fish that you can put in this aquarium is as follows. You multiply the length of the aquarium by the width of the aquarium. Now, in the case of a 2 feet aquarium, you will get 288 square inches. That is the area of the surface. Now, whether your aquarium is 1 foot deep or whether it is 25 foot deep, you can use the same number of fish can be put, because the number of fish depend on the surface area of the aquarium and not on the depth of the tank. So whether you can go on adding water, but still the number of fish will not change. So assuming that your aquarium is 288 square inches, then one fish of 1 inch requires 12 square inches. One fish of 1 inch requires 12 square inches. So if you divide 288 by 12, your capacity of your aquarium will be 12 fish of 1 inch, or multiply. If the fish are 2 inches, they will be 6 inches, and so on and so forth. I would say ideally to see a good movement and to get good color and to keep the fish healthy, keep it even less than that. In other words, in a 2 feet aquarium, and you put fish which are about 1.5 inch long, you keep about 12 to 14 fish. Don't go up to 24-inch fish. Now, generally in India, and we talk about tropical fish. Tropical fish, because India is a tropical climate, and tropical fish are very healthy over here. But if you go to aquarium shops, you will find that most of these aquarium shops are selling goldfish because goldfish are very popular. And right from young, right from school, we are taught to look at fish as being goldfish. Please, I suggest, do not go for goldfish if your tank is going to be 2 feet long. I will tell you the reason. Let me come back to the sand. They have just put the sand in. Now, the sand should be approximately 2 to 2.5 inches at the back, and in front it should be no, there should not be any sand. So I will ask Aparna, etc., to spread the sand so that at the back it is about 2 inches, and in the front it is hardly less than a quarter inch. Can you do that, please? That's what they are doing now. What is the reason for that? There is a reason for doing that. The aquarium generates dirt. It is either the excreta of the fish or some moss or even dust from the atmosphere. Now, if the sand is sloping, then the dust and the dirt and the excreta automatically move to the front with the movement of the fish. The water is constantly moving. So the mud keeps moving to the front. And when the mud keeps moving to the front, when you're cleaning the aquarium, it becomes very easy to clean the mud off. The second reason is the aquarium looks nice when you put some plants inside. So the plants require a certain depth of sand. The depth of sand is approximately 1.5 to 2 inches behind. So you leave some place behind the glass about 2 or 3 inches and put your plants about 2 or 3 inches away from the glass. So the plants will be in approximately 1.5 inch of sand. Now, I'm again pausing for just a little while. If people are reluctant to ask questions, I suggest, Roy, you think of something to ask, which will be of interest to everyone.
But when you say sand, we
Yes.
can only see pebbles over here.
Yeah, they are pebbles actually. Maybe I've called it sand because generally it is referred to as sand in the books and wherever you talk. But they are pebbles. You're right. They are pebbles. They are pebbles, as I said, approximately pea-sized, but they are not round. They are sharp-edged pebbles, and you get all this in the aquarium shop.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Need the pebbles to be so big? Can they be half that size?
They can be half that size, no problem. But don't go too fine, as I said. Otherwise, they choke the roots because the roots have to spread in these pebbles. So if you go too fine, then they will get choked. So don't put, under no circumstances should you put sea sand. You can put river sand. Now, what is river sand? River sand is the same thing.
Broken stone.
You see what the people use for building houses and all. You'll see in the compound, they have a strainer and they have this reti, and with that powder, they throw the sand on the sieve, and then the fine sand is used for construction, and the coarse sand falls down in front only. That coarse sand is also very good, that river sand. The only problem is it is very dirty. So you have to put it in a bucket, take it to your bathroom, open the tap and keep stirring it with some ladle or some iron rod or something. It will be very, very dirty. But as you keep stirring and as the water runs, it will get cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. And when the water gets clear, you know that the sand is okay. So reti is really the best thing to use. But there's no harm in using what I've just showed you, what Roy said. What is that? That's what it is here. It is crushed stone. It is crushed stone. Different type of stone. A little bit of limestone, a little bit of basalt, a little bit of granite, etc., etc.
And it looks colorful also.
Sorry?
It looks colorful and nice.
Yeah. You have different. You can have stones of varied colors, brown and black and white and red and all. So that gives a good effect when the light of your aquarium is on and the fish are moving about. Now, yeah. Okay, can I move to the next thing? There is Maria. Would you want Barnes? Do you want to ask me something? Yvonne, do you want to ask me something?
No.
No need
I-
to mute
Just
your mic.
I'll ask you
just
once
asked
you
about-
start. Sorry.
Yeah, please
I'm
ask.
Yvonne, and I just asked you about the gravel just now.
Yeah, what happened? Tell me.
I am Yvonne, and I am the one who asked you about the gravel.
Oh, you are the one who asked. Okay.
Yeah.
Then somebody, Avery Gonzalez should ask me something. Her mic is muted.
No, I think Marina D'Souza is our normal asker. Marina,
Okay.
Roy, you already spoke for me. That was the question I was supposed to ask.
actually, Gordon, I have got one point here.
Yeah, please.
When I'm looking through the glass, I can't differentiate between those pebbles and your shirt.
Okay.
Both are colorful.
No,
The shirt has
he
got-
has
the
has
shirt has got
ink on
fish
his
on
shirt.
it. They've got fish on it. Yeah.
No, you have ink on your shirt. He can't put ink in the tank.
No. I don't have ink on this shirt. You see, my son, his hobby, or you like to, well, I won't say business, but he uses it as kind of a profession, is designing various kinds of fabrics for shirts and pajamas and kurtas. So this is something that he gave me, which is fish. So I think it matches the mood, if you like, but it's not meant to match the sand. It's meant to match the fish later on.
That's
Okay.
nice.
Yeah. Now, what I'll do is, I will ask Aparna and Satvik to fill some water in the aquarium. So here's the water. Now, Roy asked me, what sort of water do you use? Now, we are talking today about freshwater aquarium. Freshwater aquarium. We are not talking about saltwater aquarium. It's a totally different technology and a totally different approach, different fish. Everything is different. So we are talking about fresh water, means river water, tap water. Now, if you use tap water, then it has got chlorine and the fish will die. So what you're supposed to do, you get tablets in the aquarium shop, which you can put into the tap water, and after 2 or 3 hours, the chlorine gets released, or it gets changes into some chemical composition, and then you can use the water. But the better thing to do would be to keep water in a bucket or in a basin or something like that for about 4 or 5 days, and the chlorine automatically evaporates, and then that water can be used. So the water I'm using is something I stored in the bucket about 4 or 5 days ago. Now, when they are pouring this water into the aquarium, they will pour it into the sand, which is very thin, because we don't want to displace the sand that we have put in and arranged 2 inches behind and 1/4 inch in front. We don't want to displace that sand. So they will pour the water gently, maybe even let it trickle along the glass into the aquarium. So one of you, can you please do that?
Plants are to be put later. Plants are to be
I'll tell you. Now they are pouring this water. They will keep pouring until approximately 1/3 of the aquarium is filled. They will not fill the aquarium straight away. The reason is, when you put this water in, then you have to put some plants inside. Now, if you fill the aquarium, your hand has to go very deep inside, and your shirt sleeves will get wet, or even your hands will get wet, and you will not be able to manipulate the roots of the plant in very deep water. So what he's going to do, he's going to fill about 1/3 of this aquarium, and then we'll go to the next stage. While he's filling 1/3 of the aquarium, as you see, he's making the water trickle along the glass. He's not splashing it. So the sand does not get displaced. So more questions, please. More questions. How many of you are really interested in adopting this hobby, and how many of you have come to get an idea of how it's all done? Can someone say that?
I used to breed fish in my childhood.
You used to keep, is it?
Breed. I used to breed them.
You used to breed. Okay. What about the others? In fact,
I too used to
very,
breed fish,
encouraged to
plenty
see
of them.
that your DIV groups are made up of ladies, because these hobbies are generally not adopted by ladies. So if ladies are going to be taking up all these hobbies like single malt and terrarium and aquarium, it's great. Fantastic.
Gordon, I
Yeah.
had a 7 feet tank. This is Maria Barnes.
Oh,
We had a
okay.
7 feet tank
Okay.
with discus fish.
Ah, okay. The
Yeah.
prince, the kings of fish. So
Uh-huh.
what happened to it?
No, I think we just got fed up with the whole thing. We had something like 21 and they were huge size.
21 discuss. It cost you a
Yes.
fortune, must be.
Yes, it did.
They're
And
very
we have,
expensive. Huh.
but the thing is, we used to use well water.
Aha. No harm in
Yeah.
using well water.
Yeah, I
but it
think you
must
have to
been-
check the pH level or something of the water, is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
For the valid point, because this is something that an advanced aquarist usually asks, not an ordinary aquarist. But pH is very, very important. Now, as you know, anything less than 7 is acidic and anything more than 7 is alkaline. So you don't want very acidic water. It's better you have a pH of about 8. Am I right?
Yes, yes. My husband was very keen with this. That is why he started it, but got
Why
tired.
did you give up?
It was very tiring. We had a pump that used to pump out the water, then cleaning the tank. It was a little tedious.
That is why I keep saying, if you're having a house, an aquarium in your home, don't be over ambitious, because it becomes a big problem. Now, I'll tell you one thing. If you have a 17-foot tank, I mean, cleaning that is definitely not only time,
not 17,
time-consuming.
7 feet tank.
7 feet.
7.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
7 feet tank. Okay. It's very extremely strenuous to have a tank of that size. Very strenuous. So why did you decide to have such a big tank?
That was my husband's idea.
Okay. Now, I'll tell you something. I wouldn't take it too seriously because it's a bit superstitious. But the biggest place where aquariums are being kept as a hobby is Calcutta, not Bombay. If you go to Calcutta, you find every single Bengali home has an aquarium, or if not every 2. Because Bengalis, they worship fish for all practical purposes. Whether it's for food or whether it's for keeping, if you say fish to a Bengali, he gets ecstatic. In fact, they eat freshwater fish called rohu and katla and mirgal and all. They live on that fish, and they consider even vegetarians eat fish. They don't consider themselves to be non-vegetarian. And there's a joke which says that if you don't get fish in Calcutta, they use the knife with which they cut the fish the previous day to stir the curry. Otherwise, they are not happy with life. So the second thing is, they say that if you're keeping an aquarium, it brings good luck into the house. I mean, you make a lot of money to start with. That's the most important thing. And if you're young enough like Satvik, you have hundreds of girlfriends following you all over the place. And all these good things happen to you. If you've got any legal problem, I mean, you'll win the case. So they consider the aquarium to be a source of tremendous good luck. But on the negative side of it, once you bring an aquarium into your house, you cannot stop keeping that aquarium. It brings you bad luck, so they believe. Well, you and I don't believe all these things, but they firmly believe that once the aquarium is there, it has to remain for life. So these are the myths and legends that go with this hobby also. Now, I would ask Satvik to put about 2 mugs of water more. Aparna has asked me a question. In between this sand or pebbles or gravel or whatever you like to call it, there are some black particles floating. So what is that? You see, one should mix into that sand a little bit of charcoal. I should have told you this earlier, when we talked about our terrarium hobby, if many of you were there and remember, we mentioned that charcoal absorbs fumes and odor, etc., etc. The same thing applies in an aquarium. The fish excreta can decompose and give rise to these, to bad odor and all that. So if you put a little bit of charcoal, crush it to the same size and mix it with the sand, it will help to absorb all this. Now, when you put the charcoal in, the charcoal will float to the top because charcoal is wood. After a few days, it will absorb water and it will slowly start going down. So don't get panicky that I put charcoal and I've spoiled the whole tank, because even the dust of the charcoal will cloud the tank, but it will become very clear after that. Now, having filled this tank to about 1/3, we will do the planting. As I told you, we do the planting because it's an uncomfortable to plant in a deep aquarium. Now, this aquarium in front of me is also just about a foot long. But imagine the aquarium that is on which I'm using is 15 inches long. So to manipulate the sand and to plant the plant inside that is very difficult. And there are some people, at least 5-star hotels and all, their tanks are 2 feet deep because it is for visual purposes. As I said, you cannot keep more fish in a tank just because it is deep. It is for visual purposes so that the plants are seen properly, the fish move up and down more, and various other things. Can you hear me?
Yes,
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 yes, yes.
yes.
Yes, yes.
No, we can't hear you now. We cannot hear you.
Cannot hear you.
Gordon, we can't hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes,
And you can see me also.
We
very
can-
much.
Yes, very
Yeah,
much.
okay. So we have got some plants over here. Let me tell you something. Not only do plants survive with fish and add beauty to the tank, but plants, aquarium plants, have gone to such an extent that another hobby has been formed, where you're putting plants to augment the fish or to give them places to hide and swim in. There are people now who are doing only underwater gardening. They don't have any fish, or even if they put fish, it is 1 or 2 fish just for show. They are doing underwater gardening, and it is known, it has been identified, and there are books on plants where there are approximately identified 7,000 plants of different types. 7,000. Okay. Now the plant I've got in my hand is called an Amazon sword plant. This plant is capable of having leaves growing to 12 inches. There are plants which grow in the rivers in Bombay, which you can get, but now all those places are being destroyed. So the aquarist who is breeding fish, like Roy said, he was breeding fish at one time, they have gone into the business of growing plants also for aquarium. And as I said, there is one aquarium shop, I think it's called Aquatica or something, I don't know the name exactly, I will tell you. It is on the road from Kandivli to Link Road Kandivli to SV Road Kandivli. That shop has got aquariums which are only for plants. They are so beautiful, you will go mad. It is better than your garden, normal gardening. And the plants are arranged in color, they are tapered down, and there is a special light being used. So this is a new hobby that has taken root, underwater gardening. Now I will tell Aparna and Satvik to plant this plant. Now, if you notice, I hope you can see clearly, it's like any other plant to look at. It has roots and it has leaves, but it's an aquatic plant. It will not live out of water. It has to be completely submerged in water. So what they will do is, with their fingers, they'll make a depression in the sand and they'll push the roots inside, and then they'll push sand over it so that it gets anchored. And as I said, the plants are usually arranged along the side and back. That is to allow the center for the fishes to swim also and to allow the fishes to be seen also. So that is the reason why I told you to keep a thicker layer of pebbles or something behind, so that you can plant in a semicircular, what shall we say, contour, and keep place in the center for the fish to be seen. So can you please accordingly plant from here to here? About, you can take 3 or 4 plants from here. Anybody wants to ask me anything? Even if you don't go in for underwater gardening, maybe I'll have another session where we will show you how underwater gardening and all is done. And that will not be by me, because I'm not an expert in that. Just like we had Sweta talking about single malt whiskey, there are experts in underwater gardening. There is a lot to do, whether to put manure, whether not to put manure, what kind of manure to put. It's a science, it's a hobby with a lot of scientific background to it by itself, catching on like mad all over the world.
Okay, I want to ask you one thing. I had an aquarium and we had plastic plants in it. Is it okay to put plastic plants, or you have to put live plants?
See, people do put plastic plants, but plastic plants, I would not recommend plastic plants, because psychologically it has an effect that this is not natural, number one. Okay, if you're not bothered about the psychological part of it, plastic plants gradually leach out certain chemicals also, and they could poison the fish. The second thing is that there are some fish, when I come to fish, I'll explain, there are some fish which lay their eggs on plants. So if you have such fish in your aquarium, the eggs will decompose on plastic leaves. So it is better. I do not recommend plastic leaves, but in the aquarium shops, they do give plastic plants and plastic leaves and plastic stems and whatever, because then you don't have to worry about the plant dying and etc. So now these Aparna and Satvik have finished planting.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, hi. So is there possibilities of putting money plant, bamboo plant, because these stay in water, right?
A money plant can be put, but a money plant has to be conditioned for that. First of all, you'd have to put a money plant in water. Don't let it grow in soil. Let the roots grow in water. Then gradually fill up that bowl or that container with more and more water until some time that the money plant gets submerged. Once you find that it's okay, it can be transferred to an aquarium. But what you're asking me is quite relevant. There are what you call amphibious plants. There are amphibious plants in nature which grow in very shallow water. They are called wetlands. These kind of lands are called wetlands. And in Calcutta, there are a lot of wetlands. There you have amphibious plants. The amphibious plants look something when they are underwater, and when they grow out of water, they look totally different. You will not realize that they are the same plants. So to answer your question, there are some plants which can adapt, and money plant is one of them. The other plant, I don't know what you mentioned, will not adapt. But if you want
bamboo
to have,
plant.
the bamboo plant will not adapt. No, sorry. But you will get amphibious plants which you can plant in the sand and pebbles, and which will grow out of your aquarium also.
Okay, and what is, if there's a possibility of fishes staying without oxygen pump?
That's part of the topic, but since you have raised it now, I'll answer you. The capacity of the tank which I told you, which don't put 24 fish, keep only 16 fish of approximately 1.5 inch. Now, if you keep to that, you are within safe limits, because in the warm weather, the oxygen level depletes. In the night time, the oxygen level depletes. And although the capacity of the tank has been fulfilled by you, you may still find deaths. And you will also see the fish coming to the surface and gasping. they will not be swimming down and across. They will be at the surface gasping. That means they are starved of oxygen. And after a few days of gasping and gasping, one by one, they will start dying. So it is necessary to have an aerator, because people have a wrong impression. The aerator doesn't provide oxygen. What the aerator does really is the aerator stirs up the surface of the water. It is the surface of the water that absorbs oxygen. That is why, as I said, if you have a deeper tank and if you have a shallow tank, it doesn't mean you can keep more fish in the deeper tank. No, the same fish in the shallow tank. The reason being that the oxygen is absorbed at the surface of the water. It is not absorbed at the bottom of the water. And therefore, when you put an aerator, which you should do, here is the aerator, you can see it. This aerator can aerate 2 tanks. Actually, it's a small little thing, but it's quite a high pressure aerator. So you should have an aerator, because the aerator constantly churns up the water, and it allows the surface to absorb oxygen and keep the oxygen level constant. Now, since you have asked me, this aerator will cost about 150 to 170 rupees and can be used for your 2 feet tank. You need to have a plastic tube, which the aquarium people will also supply. And at the end, you have what is called a diffuser. This is a diffuser. A diffuser can be of stone, it can be of plastic, it can be of cane. This is the diffuser. Well, why do you have this diffuser? If you don't have a diffuser, the air bubbles from the aerator will come up in big bubbles, and the tank will give the impression that the water is boiling, and it is uncomfortable for the fish because they will be pushed around and they'll get tired, and that also will cause them to die. So this diffuser breaks up the air into bubbles, and it also gives a very nice effect when the bubbles keep coming up. Now, I keep my aerator on practically 24 hours of the day, but I would imagine that you should keep it on at least at night, because the plants are giving off carbon dioxide. So it is better to have this aerator on to get that carbon dioxide off. But it is such a low wattage. This is hardly 10 watt. So even if you keep it up on for the whole month, your electricity bill on account of this aerator is hardly 20-25 rupees. These aerators are available in aquarium shops, and they are of different capacities. You can get aerator with 2 nozzles. You can get a bigger aerator if you want, that can be used for 2 tanks or 3 tanks. Now, since you raised the point, you want to ask something more about this aeration. It is not oxygen. It is not oxygen. It is air.
One more question I want to ask is that usually plants give out oxygen, right? So
It's not oxygen, it's air.
Oh,
I'm sorry?
Okay.
No, please repeat.
In the plants usually give out oxygen, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So in the fish tank, usually then we don't require the what do you call, the pump as such, right?
See, the plant doesn't give off sufficient oxygen to cope with the number of fishes that we have just arrived at. It will give off oxygen. But remember one thing, plant gives off oxygen in the presence of light. So having put these plants in, I also wanted to tell you that these plants require light. Now, they don't put it in sunlight. The reason you are not going to put it in sunlight is because if you put it in sunlight, the water may get green, or there will be moss growth on the glass, which will impede your visual accessibility. You'll not be able to see the fish because moss will start growing, and you'll have to scrape the moss off all the time. And the second thing is that you may have moss growing on the plants also. That moss will choke the plants and they will die. So the aquarium should never be kept in the sun. It is better to have artificial light. Earlier, everybody kept tube lights on. For a 2 feet aquarium, you have 2 feet tube light. And for the 7 feet aquarium that lady talked about, you can put 4 feet tube lights, 2 together with a little overlap or something like that. Now, if you have these tube lights on, then you have to keep the tube light on for at least 8 hours a day. That's also not much, because these tube lights also are not very high in wattage. These tube lights are 20 watts and 40 watts. So they don't consume a whole lot of electricity. But now the concept is LED. a 14 watt LED bulb might cost a lot, but if you keep the 14 feet, the 14 watt LED bulb on for about 5 hours, that is quite enough. And in a month, I think your bill will hardly be 10 to 15 rupees. And you're getting in the aquarium shops specially made LED lamps which clip on to the aquarium. Unfortunately, I cannot turn my laptop, or I do not know, Aparna is going to try to do that. You will see that my aquarium has got such a thin lamp on it that is an LED light. It costs 1200 rupees and it is supposed to last for 20,000 hours. She's switching it on. Yeah. 1 minute, I will put the light on. No, I don't think that's the one. Yeah, we'll put the light on. It's an LED lamp which is meant for an aquarium, which is being sold now. And if you keep that LED lamp on there you can see she has put on the light, and you can see how that lamp is mounted. It is so thin. It is as thin as a pencil, and it is just about 4 inches deep, and it has clips which you can put over the side of the aquarium wall. Now, then this plant is good for fishes, and this light is good for fishes, and it allows the plants to grow also. And to answer the first question, they do give off oxygen also in this kind of light. You can see that the plants are very, very green because they are very healthy. And in fact, that one plant which looks like grass, it is called Vallisneria. If I take that plant out of the water, believe it or not, it is 6 feet tall. It is all curled up in the water that you can't make out. The leaves are 6 feet tall. So that is the kind of growth you are achieving with LED. Okay, anything more you want to ask on light for plants?
What do we do if moss collects on the leaves?
If moss collects on the leaves, the ultimate solution is to cut the number of hours of light down. Either, as I said, make sure there's no sunlight. And if it is still growing, then if it is 8 hours, make it 7 hours until you find that the moss getting less. But the immediate thing to do is to take a scissors and cut the leaves where the moss is growing too much. Cut it off, because the moss will take hold of the entire tank.
Yeah.
The second
and then
thing
the
is
plants die also.
If you don't put proper light, they die. There is no other reason for them to die. If they die,
the thing is they come up from the bottom. They float.
That is because you have not anchored them properly. The way I have told you of anchoring them in about 1.5 inches of sand, they will not come out. But what you can also do, you can take nylon and you can tie a little stone to it, and you bury the roots in the sand, but let the stone and the nylon anchor it down. Because nylon will not get rotten and the stone will not get rotten. So if you put ordinary cotton thread, it will get rotten and they'll come out. So that is one way of keeping the plants anchored down over and above the sand or pebbles or whatever you like to call it, grit and whatever.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So please make sure that you have plants, because the plants heighten the appearance considerably.
Excuse me, sorry. What is the best fishes to keep in the house? I'm thinking of keeping fishes. So I want to know which is the best fishes, which is manageable and it doesn't. So I used to have fishes, but it used to die. So I don't want that. I don't know if it was maybe because of it was a different. Different species you're supposed to keep in the house, or I don't. What are the fishes that you need to keep in the house?
I tell you, you said cichlids, no?
Which are the different fishes?
So what is the name of the fish? Do you remember?
So goldfish, I remember that was goldfish was there. The goldfish, there are those suckers. I think the suckers are also there are sucker fishes. Then because I mainly used to keep goldfishes. But
okay, I'll answer you. In fact, it's a good thing that you people are asking me questions, because all these things have been in my mind and they would come up at the right time. But if you ask questions, they become more relevant. So I'll answer you. I suggest don't keep goldfish, please. don't keep goldfish. If you go to any aquarium shop today, 80% of the fish that they are stocking is goldfish. Why? Because, you know, from young, we are taught to look at pictures of fishes and we see goldfish in bowls. First of all, goldfish is bad and fish can never live in bowls. Bowls are only meant to keep fish temporarily. When you buy a fish from the market, the fish may be infected. And when you put that fish into your aquarium, all the fish will get infected and one by one, they'll all die. So when you have an aquarium, you should have a small bowl also. And when you buy fish from the market, you should keep the fish in that bowl for at least a week. When the fish survives, you know that it is free of disease. Then you put it into your aquarium. Now, goldfish, first of all, they consume oxygen like mad. Secondly, they eat like hell. And the thirdly, their excreta is excessive. So if you have goldfish in the tank, your tank will get dirty. And quite honestly, you will even get some smell from it. You require a very, very big tank for goldfish. And it's just the fancy that we have from young of seeing fish represented as goldfish. Please, it's the worst fish to have unless you have a very big tank and you are prepared to take care of it. See, we do all these hobbies, but this is not going to take, take over our lives. So if you go in for goldfish, you'll find yourself spending so much of time that this lady said she got fed up with discus, which are very easy to manage. If you take goldfish, you'll throw them all out. You know, Powai Lake has got Indian fish, like I said, rohu, katla, mirgal and all. And sometimes we take those fish out because they get overpopulated. And we are allowed, we take permission from the municipality. We cannot put nets and take out fish from Powai. So we have to take permission. Then they come and see that, yes, fish are dying because they are overpopulated. You will be very surprised to know that we have taken out goldfish, which are about 15 inches long from there. And everybody was asking us, where the hell, how do goldfish come in Powai Lake? But, you know, people like you who you have got rid of your cichlids and your jewel fish and whatever it is, when they get fed up, they come and leave these fish in Powai Lake. So Powai Lake is rich in aquarium fish, all because people come and release them over there. They don't want them to die. They just throw it over there. So my sincere advice to you, don't go in for goldfish. The second thing is that goldfish are not community fish. I was coming to that also. Goldfish cannot survive with other fish. Either they will kill the other fish or the other fish will go on nipping at their tails and the tails will get rotten and they'll get fungus and they'll die. So goldfish are fish which have to be kept by themselves only. So what do you do in your aquarium? There are what they call community tank fishes. They live peacefully with each other. They don't attack each other and they don't, they don't consume too much of oxygen. They eat the same type of food. So there are you keep community type fish. And if I go on describing the families of fishes, it is endless because there are many families. There are tetras, what we call. There are cichlids, which we call. Now you talked about these discus. Discus come from a different family. Then there are catfish or corridoras, what we call. Then there are other types of cichlid like the angelfish. So you can't keep any fish with any fish because they are not compatible. It is like, okay, you may be very wanting to get married to a Siamese lady. She doesn't know a word of English and she doesn't know what to cook. So after a while, you'll find yourself incompatible, getting in each other's way or not being able to sort out differences. So the same with the fishes. They start attacking each other or they start nipping each other's fishes or they are generally unhappy. So I cannot tell you now what fishes to keep, but I'll give you an idea. Otherwise, there's no point in having this session. What I suggest you do, don't keep big fishes. Please restrict yourself to fishes which are approximately 1 inch to 1.5 inch thick. And if you go to the aquarium shop also, look at tanks which have got these kind of fish. The common ones are zebra fish, widow tetras, blackline tetras, silver tetra. Tetra is T-E-T-R-A, the prominence of four fins. That's why they are called tetra. Sorry, you wanted to ask something?
What about tangerines?
Yeah, I'm coming to that.
Fish?
I'm coming to that. Now, if you use a whole lot of tetras, they are compatible with each other. They will not attack. There are neon tetras. There are black light tetras. There are glow light tetras. There's a whole family. Tetra is a whole family. It's called the Charasin family. They are egg layers and they are compatible with each other. Now, in addition to egg layers, which are tetras and other cichlids, there are live bearers. Platies, swordtails, tangerine is a color. Swordtail is the family. You get tangerine swordtails because they are tangerine color. You get albino swordtails, which are purely white with red eyes. They are albino swordtails. The normally occurring swordtail in nature is a green swordtail. These have all been hybridized by breeders and the colors have been changed. If you see 30 and 40 fish have been bred, you may see one fish which has got a little bit of orange color in it. So you'll take that one aside and you'll find another one and you mate those two. Then their babies will come out with little bit more orange color. So tangerine swordtails have been evolved. They don't occur in nature. So you have egg layers and you have live bearers. Now in live bearers, you have guppies, you have mollies, you have tangerine swordtails, and you have platies. These are the 4 live bearers which are popular. There are others also. Now mollies are also coming in different color. You have albino mollies, you have black mollies, you have black and white mollies. You are having orange and black molly, which I have got in my tank right now. I've got a orange colored molly. Now, you see, I'll tell you a story about these mollies. Some of these mollies are called midnight mollies. Now, I had a cousin staying in Mahim, and her name was Molly. And of course, unfortunately, I don't have a dark skin. I like dark skins. She had a very, very, very dark skin. So she was popularly known in the neighborhood as Midnight Molly, with no prejudice. I mean, she used to quite enjoy being called Midnight Molly. So mollies, swordtails, guppies, and platies are live bearers. In other words, they throw their babies alive in the water. And most of them don't eat the babies. They survive. Now, you make out, you have to have a male and a female, obviously. Now, you make out the male and the female, because the female has the lower fin of the female, the bottom fin of the female is roundish, and the lower fin of the male is slightly pointed. That's how you know. But secondly, unlike in nature, most of the fishes, the female is always bigger than the male. So, they bully the male like hell. In life, it happens for different reasons. But among fish, it happens because of the sheer size. So you look at a tank of fish and you see the bigger ones and you can say to yourself, these are females. Then you take a closer look at I'm talking of live bearers. Then you take a closer look and you look at the fin at the bottom, and a pointed fin is a male and a rounded fin is a female. In the case of swordtails, only the male has the sword. The female doesn't have the sword. So that's how you differentiate between the male and the female. So if you keep, the best thing is for you to keep live bearers. Now, incidentally, guppies have a functional purpose also. Guppies are avid mosquito eaters. So the municipality, in many of the drains in Bombay also, they have released these guppies. And there are 2 varieties. One is with lots of color, and the other one is with very little color. They are a desi or jungli variety, which you can keep that in an aquarium, nothing wrong with them, but they don't give beauty. But some of the guppies have been developed to such an extent that the colors that they have on their tails are something you cannot imagine. So I suggest that you keep live bearers, then you keep guppies, swordtails, mollies, and platies. And if you keep egg layers, keep tetras, which that aquarium fellow will guide you. Or if you know my number, you can ask me. I will give you the actual name. So when you go to the shop, you can ask for those. Try not to mix them. And it's great fun keeping live bearers, because if they are well fed and well looked after, they spawn in the tank, and you get a great thrill of seeing these babies spawning and then growing up and all that.
Sometimes they give 200 babies at a time.
Well, if they are big enough, I have seen swordtails, what you're calling a tangerine. I have seen swordtails which are about 4 inches long. They have been reared in ponds. So that is why they grow so big. In an aquarium, they will not grow more than about 2.5 inches, and they will not release more than about 25 babies at one time. But if you have these big goldfish which are grown in wells or which are grown in ponds, they can They can give you hundreds of babies at one time. Yes.
In
Now,
my
among
tank, I
the-
got 200 babies at one time.
I'm
Of the
sorry, please say
tangerines,
again.
the orange tangerines, I
Yeah.
got 200 babies once.
Oh, and from one female, is it? At one
Yes,
time?
and it was so exciting to see. We were
Ah.
young at that time,
Okay.
but they eat their babies. They eat their babies.
Generally, you know, if they are well
put a
fed,
lot
they
of
don't eat the babies.
plants.
When I come to food, I will talk about that, and I'll tell you why they eat their babies. You see, there are cannibals in this world now also who probably eat their babies. But basically, they will eat their babies if they are hungry, if they are very hungry, basically. But there are fish which eats their babies normally also. I'll come to that. So shall we move on to other varieties of fish then?
Yeah.
We have got a few pictures to show you, and I've got some fish here. What I will do, before we do that, I will tell Satvik and Aparna to now fill up the tank with water, because those leaves should not get dry. Then I'll talk about fish. So this is what you need to do. Once you're planted and you're sure that they are well anchored and all that, you talked about they shouldn't float up, then you fill the tank with water. Fill it up completely. Ask me questions in the meantime. Roy, help with the questions, no?
Yeah.
Ask me
How
anything you like.
much-
There's so much to ask.
How much do you fill the tank? How many inches from the top should we leave?
I think if you leave about half an inch to 1 inch from the top, it is sufficient. The
Because
reason being,
sometimes the fish jump out.
exactly. That is the reason. When they come to the top, if there is no air and the water is right to the top, they do try to jump out. And not only that, we'll come to snails. I'll talk about snails. The snails also come out from the water and die. So better you leave about at least half an inch, 3/4 inch, or 1 inch, say, of water. The next thing is that, when you have that aerator on, the aerator throws bubbles, and those bubbles, they burst, and the water goes on the light, which is kept on top. Then that light could fuse also. So you should have the water, as I said, about half inch to 1 inch, and better you cover the aquarium with a glass. I've got a glass piece over here. This aquarium, this little aquarium, which I use only to keep fish, it's there. It is better you cover the aquarium with a glass like this. Then you do not have problem of water splashing on the light, or you do not have problem of the fish jumping out and all that. Cover it up.
These snails that you spoke about.
The what?
Snails.
Yeah.
You introduce them or?
Yes. You see, apart from cleaning the tank once in a way, snails perform a very useful purpose. Snails also eat up the excreta, and they also eat up decaying leaves, and they get on very well with fish. So you can keep snails. Now, as I said, I was going to follow a certain system, point by point, but it's good you all are asking me questions. Here is a snail. This is a very big snail. It is called a ramshorn snail. Can you see?
Yeah. Yes.
Aparna will show you. This is a big snail, very big snail. So this snail will, if any fish dies and you don't notice in a corner, and rather than polluting the rest of the tank, this snail will eat that dead fish also up. And these snails live for about 2 or 3 years. Now, there are tiny snails also.
But do all snails survive in water?
There are water snails and there are land snails. Don't attempt to put land snails in the water, because they will crawl out and they'll go away. And they'll be crawling all over your house. I mean, you might find it under your pillow or something. water snails and land snails are different. So if you go to the aquarium shop, they will give you water snails.
Oh.
Now, incidentally, we talked about fish and we talked about plants. Snails is a hobby in itself. There are red snails and there are orange snails and there are big snails and there are small snails and there are snails which look like tiger stripes. Now, there are many people who are keeping one tank only for snails. The hobby has become so varied and so sophisticated and so diverse that there are so many aspects to that. So when you have asked me about snails, I can tell you that keeping snails has become a separate hobby. They are underwater snails. They are not land snails. They are different. So in your aquarium, if you keep snails like the size I have shown you in a 2 feet aquarium, about 2 snails are enough. Otherwise, they may start eating up the plants. But if you have got tiny snails, which you also get, so many types of tiny snails, then you can put many more, 20, 30, no harm. No harm. If you have egg layers in the tank and if you go for breeding, then you don't put snails because snails will eat up the eggs.
Okay.
So this tank has been filled and you can see that the plants are submerged. They will not die. Now, among the fish that I spoke about, you have a very popular variety of fish called the Siamese fighter. I think all of you have heard of Siamese fighter? Or any of you have heard of Siamese fighters?
The bluish one.
Siamese fighters come in any color. They come in blue, green, red. In fact, I will ask Aparna to show you a Siamese fighter on the laptop, a very beautiful one which we have just downloaded, and I'll tell you about them because they are a unique fish. And like goldfish, I've told you bad things about goldfish. There are Siamese fighter. I'll tell you many good things.
They have very fancy tails.
Your picture.
But when you put them in the tank, they fight with the other fish.
Siamese fighters don't fight with other fish. They only fight with their own males. They do chase the female around, but they don't fight with the female per se. But if there are 2 males, they fight like hell. In fact, there are competitions which are held in Siam where 2 people bring their Siamese fighter and they put bets on going into lakhs of rupees or whatever their currency is, and they put these Siamese fighters together. Then after a certain while, they go around each other and all, and they start fighting. And they fight to such an extent, they tear each other's fins up, and they attack each other with their mouth. They fight just like cockfights. And at the end of it, either one dies or one runs away, and that is the loser. It's a big sport, Siamese fighters. But more than a sport, the breeders have developed a range of colors of Siamese fighters which you cannot imagine. They are really, really very, very beautiful. I do not know where that picture is gone, but let this picture show the pictures. Whatever is there. This is a Siamese fighter. Just a minute. I'll show you some fishes which I spoke about. So when you go to the aquarium shop, you know what I'm talking about. This is a Siamese fighter. Okay, look at the fins. It's really a sight of great beauty, and you get many colors. Now the Siamese fighter is a solo fellow. He doesn't like to live with other fish, although he will not attack other fish at all. He's very peaceful, and in fact he's a very timid fellow. You will always find him in the corner of the aquarium. So if you have a Siamese fighter, it is better to have one Siamese fighter. Then this tank which you have been seeing all along is the best home. That is the right size for the Siamese fighter. And if you have 2 of these tanks next to each other, you put a piece of cardboard and don't let them look at each other. Then once in a day or twice in a day or whenever you are in a mood to watch the fish, you remove that cardboard. These guys will look at each other from the glass and they'll spread their fins and they'll rush across the tank and they'll try to attack the glass, and the colors come out to such an extent. It's a most entertaining scene. And I put these 2 Siamese fighters in adjacent tanks, and they were watching them getting excited and spreading their fins like this. Then I decided to let them fight. So I put them together in that tank. But there was one lady like Aparna. She is very much against this kind of behavior. She gave me a big lecture and she said, "Stop this. I don't want to see fishes attacking each other." So I had to separate them. So this is the story of the Siamese fighter. Now, I was telling you about live bearers and I was telling you about egg layers. Now, in Siamese fighters, the female is the same body size as the male, but it's an exception. All fishes, as I told you, most of them, the female is bigger. But in Siamese fighter, the female body is bigger, but because of the fins, the male looks much bigger. Now, Siamese fighters are egg layers. What they do is, they belong to a family of fish called labyrinth fish. They belong to a family of fish called labyrinth fish because they don't breathe from the water. Every 15 minutes, 5 minutes or 10 minutes, they come to the surface of the aquarium and they take a gulp of air and go back down. They are labyrinth fish. Labyrinth means they have got a different lung system. They take air from the atmosphere and then they go down and swim and all. And after 10 minutes, again, they take fish from the atmosphere, air from the atmosphere, and that's how they survive. So you can overcrowd the tank, or you can even keep Siamese fighters in slightly polluted water because they don't ingest that water in their lungs. They go and breathe from the air. Now, Siamese fighter fish, when they want to breed, they build a bubble nest. They take air in their mouth and they coat it with their saliva and they release that. Then that bubble doesn't burst. Then they collect like that together, about 100, 200 bubbles. In the meantime, they go around the tank and they chase that female. They are actually courting that female. But, like couples these days, their idea of courting also involves a little bit of violence. So they can be a little violent with the female. So the tank should have a lot of place for the female to hide when it gets tired. Now, after some time, the Siamese fighter succeeds in courting the female, and she follows him to the nest which he has built on the surface of the water. Then he actually wraps his body around the female and he squeezes the stomach of the female, and that's how the eggs get released. And the eggs are fertilized in the water, not in the abdomen of the female. They are fertilized in the water and they gradually drop to the bottom. Then the male picks up the eggs and puts them in these bubbles so that they don't fall down, because if the eggs go to the bottom, they'll die. They have to be because the fish is a labyrinth type of fish, the eggs also want to be very close to the air. So he puts them in the bubble nest, and once the female has finished laying, which takes about half an hour to 45 minutes, he will drive her away from the nest and not allow to come there. In fact, it is better you take out the female and put her in another tank or in another bowl. Then the male, as the eggs fall, he'll pick up one by one eggs. He will not eat for days on end until those eggs are hatched. 2 or 3 days it takes for the egg to hatch, and he picks them up and puts them in the nest. When they hatch into babies, even the babies fall, and the babies have the yolk attached to them of the egg. He picks them up and he puts them back in the nest. And after 4 or 5 days, gradually these babies start becoming free swimming, and then he also stops looking after them, but he will not eat them. Then it is better you take the male out also and you feed the babies, because they can't eat the same food as the male, and then they grow up. So I've told you this because the Siamese fighter is a unique fish, and anybody who wants to keep fish must keep a Siamese fighter for this purpose, for entertaining and allowing it to get stimulated. Don't allow them to fight because it is cruelty, and to let them breed. Then it's not difficult for them to breed. Anyone wants to ask me something? Okay.
What
Aparna
food
will
do
show
you give them?
I'm sorry?
What food do you give them?
I'm
Daphne's?
coming to food in a separate thing. I'll come to food.
Okay.
Now, Aparna will show you some other fish which I have spoken about and which I'll tell you about. Yeah. Now, these are angel fish. They are very tame and they grow quite big. This is in fact only half the size. They grow to double the size, but they are very tame and very docile. They never attack anyone and all that. They are very graceful. They move slowly. They are very majestic. They come to the tank and look at you, etc. I think this is a whale tail angel. You can see that the fins and the tail are very long. Normally, the tails and the fin are not so long. These have been developed by aquarists, very long tails. So this is an angel fish, and it belongs to the cichlid family. The cichlid family has about 40 or 50 different types of fish in it. They are all very aggressive, pugnacious, and predaceous. But the angel fish is a very tame and calm fish. Okay, change it. Now, this is what I said about goldfish. You see, these are typical goldfish. They are, first of all, they are cold water aquarium fish. They don't come from tropicalized countries like India. These fish are usually grown in China and Japan, etc. They have been brought into India, and now they have got acclimatized. They have got acclimatized to such an extent that they breed also in India. Otherwise, earlier they would not breed. But they are very peaceful fish, but they eat like hell and they excrete like hell. They can grow quite big. So if you've got a very big tank, you can keep them. Don't for a moment think of keeping them in bowls. That's all an absolute myth. They will die in no time at all. Show them some more fish. This is also a cichlid belonging to the angel family. This is called a jewel fish. Now, like the Siamese fighter, when this fish is breeding, it is really something to watch. It is incandescent. It is fluorescent. It is colorful. You cannot imagine the beauty of this fish. It's an absolute terrific fish. It is called a jewel fish. It belongs to the cichlid family. This is not a community tag fish. You cannot keep jewel fish with other fish. It will attack fish and it will pull out plants and destroy them. You have to keep jewel fish in a tank without plants, which are decorated only with sand and stones. But it's a very, very, very beautiful fish. Now, I told you about the tetra family. This is a typical tetra. This prominently, it has 4 fins. So that is why, as I said, it is called a tetra family. This fish doesn't exceed 1.5 to 2 inch. This is a very peaceful fish. And I think one of the fish which you should, if you go in for aquarium keeping, this is one of the fish which you should keep. It is called a Serpi tetra, S-E-R-P-A-E. Very beautiful fish. It develops this color, the black of the fins, and on the body is quite contrasting. They move around in shoals, so they look very beautiful when they are moving around and very, very peaceful. We'll show you, I think, 1 or 2 more fish which we can show you. Yeah, this is a Corridora, a type of catfish. These usually live at the bottom, and like snails, they eat at the bottom also. So whatever food you are feeding, if they fall to the bottom, these fish help in eating from the bottom and keeping the tank clean. There are a whole variety of these fish called Corridoras. They're very, very beautiful fish. They keep crawling around at the bottom of the tank. They don't often come to the surface. They keep crawling to the bottom of the tank. Now, one thing in nature, if you see fishes in a lake or in a river, you will find that there are certain fish which live only at the bottom. There are some fish which they call midstream, they live in the middle, and there are some fish which live at the top. Even the food fish in Powai Lake are like that. So if you're stocking a very big tank, or if you have a pond in your garden, then you have to see how many fish of which type to stock, which bottom feeders, which are mid-water feeders, and which are surface feeders. So Corridoras are bottom feeders. These are Corridoras. They're type of catfish. We haven't downloaded too many fish because I think this gives you an idea for our kind of hobby. This gives you an idea of what fish to buy and to put. Now, as far as food is concerned, see, ideally, one has to feed live food. What is live food? The best live food are worms which are called
We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you.
They grow in gutters or they grow in slaughterhouses in the blood of the animals which are being slaughtered, etc., etc. Now, the tubifex worms are the best worms to feed. You get them in aquarium shop. And when you bring them home, you have to put them in a aluminium or a metal tray and keep it under a tap where the tap just drips one drop of water every half a minute. One drop of water. They remain fresh, and you can put bread or you can put rice inside and they will live on that. Now people are squeamish about worms. I mean, when you get used to them, they are like any other animal, like your dog or like your cat. I hold worms in my hand and I don't feel anything. They don't, they if you keep them in a tray and if you allow the water to drop, as I said, one drop at a time every half a minute, they don't crawl out of the tray. They will remain in the tray. So tubifex worms is one. If you've got a reliable aquarium shop where he's cleaning the worms and keeping, there's nothing like tubifex worms. They are the best food for them. Next to tubifex worms, there is a small water beetle, very tiny, very small water beetle. It is called Daphnia, Daphnia. This Daphnia also occurs in water, which is a little bit, has cow dung in it or something, because it thrives on that. So if you go to Kalyan and Kasara and all that, you will find this Daphnia growing naturally in some of those ponds over there. So people actually go there and they collect this Daphnia and they bring it, they put a little ice because it should not die on the way, and they bring it and give it to these aquarium shops. You can buy Daphnia and keep that also in a basin of water and fill up your mug where you'll get water and you'll get Daphnia and pour it there. Very healthy. The third one, live food, is called bloodworms. Now, bloodworms, tubifex worms are very thin and a bit long. They're very thin. Bloodworms are shorter and they wiggle around a lot in the water. You can keep them in a deeper container because they could come out. And the same way, you allow water to drip, they will last for about a week. Now, bloodworms are very, very healthy, and you can buy these from the aquarium shop. And I suggest bloodworms are less contaminated because tubifex has got not only, as I said, germs and all that, but there are chemicals also because so much of chemicals are released. So it's dangerous to use it unless you know the aquarium fellow is cleaning and keeping clean worms. So tubifex worms, Daphnia, and bloodworms. Otherwise, you get a whole range of packaged food. You get pellets, you get fibrous food, you get dried worms. The tubifex worm is taken, people breed tubifex worms in farms and they collect them and they desiccate them and dry them in ovens, and then they cast them into slabs and they sell them as slabs in little packets. Anita? They sell them as slabs in little packets. You can just scrape some off with your fingernail and feed the fishes, and you have to watch how much you feed, because if you overfeed, then this food settles at the bottom of the tank and starts getting polluted. So you have to watch the fishes are eating. As long as they're eating, you keep feeding. You scrape it out with your nail and put it. And the moment you find that they are stop eating, stop feeding. The rest will be eaten up by the snails. So you get little pellets also, which are of different sizes. If you have got bigger fish, they will eat slightly larger pellets. If you have got smaller fish, you have smaller pellets. The aquarium shop fellow has got pellets of different sizes. So you will know what size to bring depending on the size of fish that you have. These pellets can last indefinitely. And as I said, you have to see when the fish stop eating, you stop feeding. As long as they're eating, you put a little more, a little more, a little more. So these are the two types of food which you can feed. People make food at home also. You can use chicken liver. Then you can use you boil chicken liver and crush it up. Then you boil some porridge and crush it up. Then you put some vitamin B complex capsule, you open and put it in that. Then you roast those kardi prawns and you powder that kardi prawn and mix it up and make it all into a paste. And keep that paste in a refrigerator in smaller containers, because you don't want to take out that container every time. So you take the small container until it gets finished. Then you take the second one. But you can make quite a lot and keep it. Make a big container. And then you scrape it. It becomes hard when it's in the freezer. So you scrape it with a spoon, and same way you feed until as long as they are eating, you continue to feed them. When they stop eating, you stop feeding them. So you can prepare your own food. It is very healthy. Basically, chicken liver, dried curdy prawns, porridge, and vitamin B complex from the capsule. This is the, so anything you want to ask me? Yeah. These are pellets. These are pellets. Fish with slightly larger mouths. I don't know whether you can see. They are absolutely round. Upon I can show it to you from close by. Look at the spoon. Slightly bigger mouths. You can feed these pellets. They are very nourishing because they have been made from vitamins and all kinds of things like this. So they are very nourishing. And the second one I'll show you is dried worms. The smaller fish prefer this because you can scrape it with your nail. You can scrape it with your nail and let it drop into the water, and then they will feed on that. Now these pellets and dry food, they last indefinitely, but keep it, after you open the packet, don't put it all in a bottle. Take a little bit and keep the balance airtight, wrapped in plastic in a tight bottle, particularly in the monsoon, because otherwise they get moist and they can go bad. They can create fungus. Now, this is what I had to say about food. Can anybody want to ask me any questions about that? Anyone about food? Is it understood?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Now, when you buy fish from the market, don't put them into your aquarium straight away. It is nice to have another.
We cannot hear you.
Keep a small aquarium like this, and when you get the fish, they will give you the fish either in a plastic bag or they'll give you the fish in the bottle. Now I'll show you. These are the fish I've taken out from my own tank. Aparna will show it close to you. These are not very colorful fish, but I bought these fish because they live very long. Now, while we are on the subject of fish and what fish to buy, the average fish, what she's showing you, it will live from 2 to 4 years in your tank. Goldfish can live up to 30-40 years. And there are other fish which can live for 8 to 10 years. But if you have a fish which has lived for 2 years, you should be very happy. It may live for another year or two. It can live for about 3 or 4 years, but 2 years is pretty good. Now, you don't release this fish into the aquarium straight away. If you get it in a plastic packet, you float it in the aquarium first. Just keep that. Don't let it go down. Just hold it and put it. So you keep it like you keep it in the aquarium to this extent. Prop it up with a stone from the bottom, or put something inside and let it remain for half an hour. The reason is that even though we are in a temperate climate, there is a lot of variation in temperature. Sometimes these shops are located where there's sun is shining on them. Sometimes they are located where there is air condition inside. So if you bring the fish and put it in your aquarium, they get thermal shock. Either the difference in temperature is too high or the difference in temperature is too low. So they get thermal shock, and as a result, they develop diseases. One of the very famous diseases which are developed due to a rapid change in temperature is called white spot, where after a few days you'll find that fish is developing certain white spot. It can be cured, but it's a big process. Curing the fish of diseases is a process and a know-how in itself. So if you float this plastic packet, or if you float the bottle in your aquarium for about, say, maybe an hour, or maybe even half an hour is enough, and you release it, that thermal shock is avoided. So do that whenever you can. Now, I will show you, I've got nets over here. Now, I will tell you now about cleaning the aquarium. Now, as I said, if you have a 2-feet tank, you need to clean it about once a month or once in 3 weeks. Now, how do you do that? You don't take the fish out. you have a tube. You have a tube which is about a meter long. Take it close and show them. Any hardware shop, you are using this tube to fill your buckets and all at home also. The same tube. Okay. You cut it to about a meter, and what you do is you dip the tube into the aquarium like this. Can you see that, all of you? Can you see that?
Yes, yes, we can see.
You can see. Okay. From the other end, you suck the water out. Okay.
Yeah.
You suck the water out and the water will continue to flow. So you put your finger on this. Stop it from flowing, but keep it down in your bucket. Then you stir up the sand like that. Okay. When you find the mud from the sand coming up, take out your finger. Don't let this be in the sand. Take it about 1 inch above the sand. All the muck will get sucked out. Again, put your finger, close it. Move to another part of the aquarium, stir up the sand. Again, open your finger. Again, the muck will flow out. Have you understood? So you're siphoning it off. Have you understood? Or should I explain again?
No, no, understood.
You followed?
Yes.
Okay. So you need to do that till just about 3 inches of water from the top are siphoned out, and as much scum as comes out, that is enough for the time being. Then you scrape the glass with a felt. Now, there's a felt there. Can you give me that felt? There, behind. Yeah. I used to use this felt. I still use it, but be very careful because nowadays they are putting metal wire in this felt. So don't buy the felt with the metal wire. Buy the felt without the metal wire, which I have got. Because that metal wire will scrape the glass and your aquarium glass will get totally scratched. So don't make sure you're getting felt without wire in that. Otherwise, you use that sponge. You know, that also you use for washing vessels. You can scrape the glass inside with that sponge. So you scrape out all the moss from there. Do that before you clean the tank, so that when you're cleaning the tank, much of that mossy water also comes out. Is it clear? Is it clear?
Yes, yes.
Yes. After that, you top up the 3 inches of water, just about this much. You top up that with water which you have stored for at least 3 days. And the water which you have taken out is very fertile to put into plants. You can use it to water some of your plants or your money plant or whatever is growing in water. Very, very fertile water. So that's the way to clean the aquarium. And you don't need to empty the aquarium at all. If you do the cleaning properly and you find that the sediment is coming out and you're stirring up the sand in the proper way so that you don't disturb the sand, just stir it up. You don't need to empty. It's a total fallacy that aquarium water has got to be changed. There are some people who are changing water every day. They're crazy. So for this, how long have we been? Yeah, I think for the purpose of this talk, I have covered most of the essential subject that a hobbyist would like to cover. If you're what shall I say, wanting to go for breeding and you're wanting to keep 3 and 4 tanks, there is much, much, much more to learn. But it is worthwhile. I can tell you when I was in college, coming from a middle-class family, all we could afford was tikka ghatia and some, ice fruit or whatever. We used to call it ice fruit. But people used to wonder how this guy is going into restaurants like Bistro and Volga and all that. He must be a thief. But I used to make my pocket money out of breeding fish. And it was quite a reasonable amount of pocket money. I mean, so any of your kids want to do that, and if you've got place for about 3 tanks, you can earn a fair amount of money breeding fish. And you can concentrate on some costly fish. For instance, the Siamese fighter which Aparna showed you, that Siamese fighter, one fish is sold in the market for 300 rupees. You get cheaper Siamese fighters, but that is 300 rupees. So if you invest in that and you go for breeding, and as that lady said, one of our fish has bred 400 babies In Siamese fighter, you will get about 200 babies. So if you allow them to grow before they start fighting with each other, you will earn 300 into 200, about 6,000-7,000 rupees from one breed. So it is worth making your hobby pay for itself. I think I've generally covered most of the topics that I wanted to today. If you have anything to ask, you can ask. The subject is very wide and varied, but start in this way. Don't be over ambitious. I think every hobby has to be started in a small way, and as you learn, you go along. But do think of taking this up as a hobby. It's worthwhile. Any other information, you can phone me and I will tell you. I have been keeping fish from the age of 13 years. I will not tell you my age now. I mean, but you can rest assured that it has given me tremendous pleasure all these years. I've hardly had a break, hardly. Maybe when I was moving house or something. Otherwise, I have always kept fish, always. I'll just show you a net. Sometimes you need to take out the fish. The tank becomes very dirty because you have not cleaned it properly. So you put water into a bucket from that tank only, not other water, and then you can put the fish into that bucket and take your tank, clean it out completely. Put the sand again, put the plants again. It is very rarely that you need to do that, but maybe once in a year you might want to do it, or once in 6 months. So these are the net for catching fish. Usually you have a much bigger net. This is very small, because if you got a small net, you're going to keep chasing the fish around the tank and they get scared and they may die of shock. So if you have a big net, you can catch them very easily and then just gently hold them and put them like that. Now, one thing I told you about floating the plastic bag and floating the water, the glass bottle in your aquarium before putting the fish in. Don't pour that water into the aquarium. Pour the water into the net like this, let the water go out and take the fish gently and put it into your aquarium, because that water may be infected and the whole aquarium will get infected with that water. So don't put aquarium shop water into your aquarium. Pour it into this and then put the fish inside. Okay? I think that's about all. Anything else? Please ask me now. I think you think I've covered, or you think that there's some vacuum? What about you? You're absolutely new to the subject. Have you you think you've learned something from what I said, or there are questions, are unanswered questions? Okay, so they are both paying me compliments. Yes, Roy, please sum up, say something.
Gordon, thank you very much. It is a very detailed information that you have given us. For a starter, it is very good.
Okay, you have understood everything. No, I haven't been vague about things.
No. Everything was so in detail and easy to follow.
Okay, very good.
Thank you so much.
How many of you are going to keep an aquarium?
You really have a lot of knowledge on fish.
Yes.
Yeah, see, you can buy the tank from anywhere. At Lokhandwala, there is a road where they sell glass. And those fellows who sell glass, they make tanks. That is the cheapest place you can buy tanks, glass tanks. But there is a gentleman in Juhu. He's a breeder and he sells fish. So his fish are very healthy. I know him very well. His name is Mr. Patel. If you ever buy fish, I would suggest don't buy from aquarium shops, because they may have disease, or the water may be diseased, or whatever. If you go to him, he's a genuine aquarist. He breeds and he sells fish. His name is Mr. Patel. He's tanks in his home in a garden. He's got a very palatial house, and his place is just near Mitibai College. So any of you require, you phone me and I'll give you the telephone number and I'll give you his name and all. I spoke to him today. He says, very, very good, very good. I hope all the people you are speaking to are going to start keeping fish and all come to me. So just remember Patel, I'll give you his telephone number. Okay?
Okay. Thanks, Gordon. Very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Please share the details of the place for the fish as well as the.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Could you please share the details of the place where the fish and the aquarium?
Yeah, in my aquarium, I have got what we call widow tetras. They are blackish when they are small and they become black and silver as they grow up. Then I have got mollies, but now mollies have become so sophisticated that you will wonder, they look like tangerine swordtails. They are orange color. Then I've got Serpi, which she showed you 4 or 5 together, red with black marks. I've got 1 or 2 Serpi like that. And they are all very tame and friendly fish. That's the reason I kept them. And I can expect that they will live for 2 years unless something goes wrong, infection or something. And I've got about 3 or 4 varieties of plants which are doing quite well by my keeping the light on for about 5 hours a day. So that is what I'm doing. You get colored paper with aquarium pictures and all. You can stick it at the back of the aquarium. That makes it look nice also. The biggest aquarium market is in Kurla. There are about 100 shops selling fish. But I would not recommend you go there because they are wholesalers. They sell fish in hundreds. They don't sell pairs and all that. So they will not attend to you. All these shops from where you see fishes being sold, they all go to Kurla and buy. It is the wholesale market of Bombay. It's a huge market. You can spend a whole day there and hundreds of varieties of fish. Big tanks full of them. Big customers dropping in every 2 minutes. Over and above, they have got different type of filters and they have got different type of aerators and they've got different type of lights and all kinds of other accessories. It's worth going there to get an idea how big this hobby really is. It's a huge hobby, a huge hobby.
What about aquaponics?
What about?
Aquaponics.
Quite honestly, I've read about it, but I don't think I'm in a position to talk as an expert or very knowledgeable. I'm not knowledgeable on the subject much. I've just heard about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not very knowledgeable. If somebody wants to conduct a course, I'll be very happy to attend that course and learn. I'm not so knowledgeable about that. Anything else, Roy? Anything else? Tell me when to say bye to you all. And I want to thank Aparna and Satvik for she has set up the laptop also. Last time when we did that talk on single malt, we had much to learn. Now I think we have stabilized. And then if I give you another talk, which I'm thinking of, we will play background music also there. So I must thank both of them. And Anita, I don't know how she's used to carrying heavy weights. She has carried this table and she's carried this water bucket and all that. I hope she doesn't have any slip this tonight. So I thank her also for helping get all this together.
We want to thank you for all your information that you've given us. Very informative. Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure. I only hope that some of you adopt these hobbies, please.
Thank you, Gordon. It was
the only problem is when we go
session.
out of town.
Yeah.
Gordon, it was really nice session. Only if there's a possibility, if Roy can have a session on plants, please.
Yeah, I'll call somebody. I know all about plants, but you know, everything today, there are experts. Anything, there are experts. There are experts on how to cut your fingernails. So I will call somebody like how I call that lady Sweta, and they will talk about the variety of plants, how to look after them, how to fertilize underwater plants, how to make the aquarium look beautiful. It looks very beautiful. I wish I had shown you some pictures of that. I don't have it now. And by the time we download, it will take time. So I won't waste your time. But go on the net and type in aquarium garden and you'll see some beautiful aquariums. So if you're really interested, I'll keep in touch with Roy. I'll call somebody to talk about this. It's a specialized subject. There are about 4 or 5 or 600 aquarium plants available in Bombay today. So, Roy, shall I say bye?
I think Roy is not there.
Roy is not there, is it? I think he's gone to have his single malt whiskey. It's pretty late.
The only problem is when you go out for a holiday.
Were there for that talk? Any of y'all were there for the single malt talk?
No, not me.
None of you. Oh, we'll repeat it. We'll repeat it. Because
The only problem with the aquarium is when you go out for a holiday, there's nobody to look after the fish.
yeah, okay, okay. Well,
So you have to keep it
I
with
can give you
someone.
another talk on eating freshwater fish. I think most of us in Bombay are used to eating saltwater fish. Cooking and eating freshwater fish is a great art which Anita has mastered. So in your culinary group, we can introduce that subject.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. Very tasty, but I don't know people don't like it. She will tell you how she's an expert. Even the Bengalis are paying her compliments. Aparna is a vegetarian, so she doesn't eat, but she likes the aroma. So when we are cooking it, she comes down to just sit and get the aroma.
My senses.
Okay, bye. See you.
Okay, thanks so
Bye-bye,
much,
and thank
Gordon.
you very much.
Thank you, Gordon.
you.
Thank you
Bye.
for the very
Bye. Most
informative
welcome.
session.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So we'll switch off. No, Aparna. To our very good, no? I told them about your freshwater fish program that you have to give now. And she's coming to comment on the aroma.
What? You have to drag me into this also.
Two varieties are good enough.
I'm sorry, I had my tea. I was just dying to have that tea.
Okay, okay. I'd like to have this. Relax, relax. This aquarium looks so good now, no?
Yeah, it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Actually, I thought you were going to put the fish also.
See, you know, they get upset. So
Yeah, that's
I
true.
didn't want to go handling them too much like that.
Because anyways, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Putting the
And I was
fish
not
is-
going to put again. I would have to take out that. I explained to them.
And then again, there is a change in water.
Yeah, okay, correct. This is the pressure water, yeah.
You want me to keep this inside now?
I'll take it, I'll take it. Don't worry, don't worry. Nothing is a problem. Yeah. Just keep it under the wash basin only. That's where it is. Oh, I forgot to talk about decorating. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot to talk about decorating. I kept these things and then those twigs also. Forgot. Yeah, I was talking non-stop. Yeah, what to do? It wasn't like single board where you could take a break. I didn't realize I would take so long.
So why this thing? You want some cake?
I will after 2 minutes. Let me clear my throat.
Yeah. Should I kept having water in between?
I said Anita brought and I sipped a little here. Yeah, it happens. Happens. There's a plate also there, no? Anita, I don't know where you disappeared. You forgot to show them popcorn again.
I told you.
He's very disappointed. Look at him. He looks disappointed. He kept his tail up and all that.
You had a meeting now?
That's yours.
No, this phone rang, no?
Oh.
Yeah.
We got this repaired.
You are there on that
On what?
My Gate app.
No, Anita is there. People entering and all, no? No, I'm not on that. She's on that. Why? What happened?
I'm just asking, like, how do you go about it?
Anita, why are you disappearing all the time? I say. Yeah.
I can't be sitting in your lap all the time.
No, I'm not suggesting lap. You can sit here.
No, but I've got other things to do in my life, no?
What is that called? People come in the gate.
My Gate. I don't that.
So how does it operate?
Yeah, what is it about?
You have to download the app.
And then somebody has to approve it.
No one approved. I just downloaded the app and things started happening.
So how do
What happens when you have this app?
If there's someone come for you, they will check with that fellow and their number is fed into the thing. Then my gate will call you that there is so and so for you. You have to either accept or decline.
So they are the watchman asks the name, is it?
Yeah. Name and number.
He types the name.
Yeah. No, my app will call you.
Okay.
Not the watchman. The watchman will make that fellow type everything into the phone and it goes to my gate.
So Atik has eaten something here.
Yeah, we had.
लेकिन WhatsApp उस पे माइग्रेट से करने का था ना। हाँ अच्छा ये दे रहे हो नहीं दे रहे हो बता देगा। No, I don't like to talk too much. Even my meetings, they are cut and dried. I can't go on for 2 hours.
What is this? Is it edible?
No, it's to clean the channels.
You mean this?
Those sliding glass channels.
What is it? Let me see. Because the entire channel is filled with these, we're making the terrariums and have to get the soil in and out. So it's all filled with it. I brushed it and I put it on one side, but I'm not able to get it off on that side.
It's a big problem. I also do that sometimes.
It's a magnetic.
Such a pain, yeah. And mine is filled. It's like really filled up.
No, from time to time I manage clean between Madhuri and myself. We clean, loosen it out and suck it up with the vacuum cleaner.
I don't have a vacuum.
Even the parrot seeds are all going.
This is the brush to clean the chicken. This is
Okay, it goes into different this thing and then that's the
and it comes off. So you can wash it. It all goes inside these. And this is for the glass. Well, I was getting all this for 300 rupees. So I said, why not?
very nice. You just tell me the name of this product. And I want to get this for
This is for cleaning the glass.
oh, lovely. How do you make it?
Here there is. Actually, okay, go on to from Facebook. I got it all.
You give me one piece of that, whatever that is.
Brownies.
Show me that device.
Cigarettes.
So none of these people were on the book. They got thing.
Joan was Joyce was there.
Because I asked them and they didn't answer.
That Manuela was there. Cedrica was there
There were about 30 people.
today. So good. You want tea? You also want tea?
No, I have
You would like to have something to drink?
no, that's all.
You got something to do now at home, is it?
Yeah, I'll just go and because
So I'm thinking of doing that report tomorrow. I've got a lot of ideas. You know, I've decided to name them all throughout. Sarcastically, I'm naming them animal haters. The
See, they are not animal haters. That's okay. One thing is that we need to put a point clear to them that they cannot behave the way they are behaving. But I don't want to do any, don't want to talk like this because why should I be like this?
Then what's the difference?
What is the difference? So to the point, and then all I want to inform them is that we are trying our best. See, now another thing is that I do not agree with taking them out because I see the danger for the animals, and I don't want any animal kill. Neutering we are trying to do, we are trying to take them away from the law, is what we are trying to do. Let us keep the poop. Aving poop has stopped completely.
Anita, just tell her what you saw. She's talking about paving poop. Please tell her what you saw today.
You saw poop in aving?
No.
Building, I mean, I thought that was when it was the red and green pellets, but apparently that's vomit. It's not.
Yes, so that's exactly what this one was telling Jayashree, that sometimes they vomit out if they have not digested, and that is red and green because the pellets are red and green.
Okay, but this morning I saw something really startling, and this day I have not seen, dogs, but they don't, but cat poop I have not seen on the roads because after yesterday I have actually opened every eye in my head. Today I normally walk around. I was standing at our balcony and looking down, and there was this little kitten which was sitting on the wall of the parapet of the garden, and he did his potty inside, and then he jumped out and he was doing this. So the potty was inside any which ways. So it was in the plant. It was not on the.
That is what they do not do. Unless, now if it is red and green, then as Jayashree said, it is vomit. So we have to write these points also. So only thing which we can do.
And they must be vomiting, not only digestion. People have been giving them milk, and milk throws them.
So see, if there are any other people who are giving them milk, they need to stop immediately because milk is going to cause all this. So what we are feeding them is good enough. We are trying to neuter them. Whether you pay or you don't pay, we don't care. We will do it.
No, don't say don't care.
I know, I'm just telling right now that we will put it because they have said so. See, they have been extremely sweet, okay, when they were talking about it. So that is why I don't want to say these things like this and get on the wrong side.
Well, I thought you said that Grover and that Bhaveshwar were acting funny. They are friendly with us also. We cannot fight with them. Yeah.
Friendly is a different thing.
Yeah.
But what they do, I have seen, Hinjal has heard, Jayashree has also heard. They will be extremely sweet on your face, but behind your back, they are talking shit. Okay, so this is what. So they are trying to show themselves as to be very goody, which actually they are not. But let us not go down to that level also. Let us be very frank that this is what it is. You have no right to tell us where to feed the cats. And still we are going to try because the whole thing we understand that it is not, it's something disgusting.
So I'm going to work on that tomorrow.
Yeah, one thing that we have to mention is that the A-wing, okay, did she see it inside the A-wing? Where did she see the vomit?
When did you see the vomit and when?
I have not seen. On the food they were putting,
You have not seen. It was complained to be on the doormat of Avatramani and Mary John.
Today?
No. At that time.
Oh,
that time.
That is
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Now there is no cat pooping in the A-wing. It has stopped completely. So the only problem is happening is in the B-wing. So that needs to be put in the letter.
I've read it. I write it.
So,
I won't forget anything. Don't worry.
and so we are trying, but we are not going to go outside the gate for this simple reason. And the cats are fighting because the cats from the outside are also coming in the same spot. And these cats, and there are cars which are traveling at a great speed. Now we can't go, if possible, if you all can manage and communicate to these people to drive slowly, because there are even children playing, not only the animals. So you can consider it in that way, that there are children playing. So if they can drive a little slowly, it is better. And another thing, that cat which was killed, we can also file a complaint. We'll say we can do it. Let's not say we are going to do it. want. Because you cannot just kill a kitten and then just escape.
No, but I see this gang which they called. You said they were phoning people up and all. We cannot remain quiet about that. They called two ladies. Then they calling all these people or this to fight with you.
Now they are saying that we were the committee, and
Why you call thousands of people over there?
Swachh Banner group and the committee was. And my only point is, when you have called so many, you should have indicated us. And secondly, you should have also mentioned it on the group that whoever else is in favor of feeding the animals.
We will say that. But you think I should not call them animal haters?
No, I don't think so.
Because this, what's her name? First of all, Kavita said I hate animals.
Yeah, that is there.
And I think I'll see some, I know, but I believe that you don't attack for no reason. If somebody is attacking you, you don't be defensive. Never. You have got to, like Narendra Modi, you have got to have rhetoric. You turn the tables on them. Once you're calling them animal haters, they are all on defensive. Because whether you go to the police station or whether you go to the municipality or you go to PETA, you will say these are all these animal haters.
Okay, did you receive the mail? Did you see the mail? I'm eating this up.
Yeah, please. It's not all that fresh, but please eat it up. No, I don't see the sales mail. I don't see all that.
What mail?
Yesterday, the PETA fellow has sent you a mail. I put it on the WhatsApp also. Please see your mail.
Maybe because I'm very busy. I'll see it tomorrow. I'm dedicating tomorrow for that only. Good thing you have told me now. I'll see that.
You will have to.
Yeah. I'm going to work on this letter only tomorrow.
I put in the message also to you actually.
Acha, that fellow has replied to me, is it? Okay.
Because I gave your email, no?
Yeah.
A wonderful session by Gordon. He explained step-by-step procedure to be followed. Very easy to understand. Enjoyed the session, which was nearly 2 hours. Thank you for your time, Gordon.
Who has said this? Roy?
Maria.
Oh, I don't know who's Maria anyway. What is his name? Sushant Veshnikar? He's one. I don't know who Sushant Veshnikar is. Who's the guy who sent it?
I didn't see the name. One second.
You got it on yours?
Yeah. No, Meet Usher is the name. You can even check in your junk. See, Meet Usher and Animal Protection Laws.
It's on email, is it?
Yeah, email.
Okay. Acha, 1 minute. Okay, then I'll have it. Yeah, it is there. Yeah. Meet Usher. I've got it. Yeah.
Just read it.
Yeah. I will go through it today. See those snails, how they've all crawled up now. Can you see them?
Yeah, I saw them. I thought they get buried under that.
They do, but they come out.
And there is a dead fish in your tank.
Yeah?
Yeah, and there are all snails covering it up.
Oh. That's a fish I got yesterday. I was wondering where it is. Only one is swimming around, the orange color one.
So how do you understand if the fish is unwell?
Usually they hold their fins very tight. And then they wag themselves like that. Then they're not very active. They'll be in a corner somewhere. Holding the fins tight is one of the main things.
How come you eat 2 rupees?
When did Roy disappear?
I don't know where. Doris has sent me a message separately. Anita, your husband has a wealth of knowledge on varied interesting topics. Nice way of explaining. She's the one who stepped down that meeting that I was attending yesterday. She's the one who stepped down and she was thanking me for what finally when she became a coordinator. Now she's thanking you. You seriously eating this one?
I don't know. You have eaten, no?
I had something enjoyed it.
Okay.
It was like that chai was smelling so good. She's like, shall I give it? I said, please give.
So you give what is your next topic? Graphology.
Yeah, it will be graphology.
You have fixed a date and all or not yet?
I have see actually both these Saturdays were some plans were happening on. Like tomorrow we were planning to go to Manshek. Then next week I was supposed to go out with my friends, which is already done.
Malchet Ghat, you're going alone?
Oh no, of course the whole family will be.
No, not that way. I mean, you have only one car?
Yeah.
Better you go. No, not like that. I mean, you should go 2 cars, you know. It's quite a place, like it's very all dense jungle. The roads.
Really?
Very dense.
Because my car
And not only dense jungle, it's all up and down, you know. It is better to go in 2 cars, you know. It's what will you do if your car? I'm sorry, what you there is no nobody you can contact there, yeah. Oh, okay.
Hello, Papu, क्या हो गया? गाड़ी? हाँ?
Yeah.
बैटरी लेकिन अभी
No,
2-3
father
साल पहले
has
ही
to be back.
replace किया था.
If you and yeah. In fact, I have just walked in from my society. I am one into the other. No, the father is he makes lots of mistakes like that. Yeah.
तो अभी आज नहीं मिल सकता है गाड़ी. नहीं लेकिन अभी रुकना मैं आपको वापस कॉल बैक करूँ.
So she says you don't be very harsh when writing a letter tomorrow.
You have to be very to the point, blunt.
Blunt.
Yeah. Hello, Papa. પેલું વાઇપર નું એને કીધું 2500 ખર્ચા આયેગા વાઇપર પોર્ટર અને એને કીધું બેટરી ખરાબ થઈ ગઈ છે તો બેટરીના કંઈક એ થશે 3800 કે કંઈક થશે. વરસાદમાં નહીં લાગે.
House, the tiles have gone full. With all that rain and all. So he's going to settle that. The truck is batteries are all packed up already. He said as soon as he can finish that work and get his stuff into the house, he's coming back. He can work on the
You made the point that why don't you give it to someone else?
He's going to the bank, changing everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no no time, no? He's leaving on the 1st. No?
Kudri, you did ask.
He is to the committee.
But it will come to the next committee.
Yeah,
Also.
it will go. But it's been postponed till January. It was to come up tomorrow. It's been postponed to January.
Reverse. To go on getting. So you met Sabia, is it?
I met Sabia today.
Sorry, why is she coming out?
No, I met her. She and her husband were sitting at the window only. She's really like death warmed up. I said, but thank God that these, her lips have all become funny and all.
I know, but at least I was happy to see her moving about. I mean, who has been lying in the bed for so long. It was good that she came out of the.
But her mood was better.
Yeah, she sounded okay.
You talked to her.
She was profusely thanking us for all the prayers and all that have been offered. That's the least one could do. No, that's the most one can do. Because without that, nothing happens. And her voice was carrying. It was not that she was just praying or anything. Her voice was carrying from inside. I was outside the window. Yeah, and her husband also smiling. Like he also would be. Thank God.
Sabia, I was genuinely feeling very bad because she's, first of all, she's, Shaila's always asking about Shaila. I mean, Shaila's gone for all practical purposes. She's not here, huh? But she always asks about Shaila, and she's quite respectful, She's
We've known her since she was a child.
She's a genuinely nice person.
yeah. She's quite respectful.
I mean, even at that age, her voice was something out of this world.
Yeah. We could hear her voice from there to here. Now they have made one soundproof room and all down there.
That was the library.
I would have loved to listen, somebody singing.
Well, you could hear her voice from there to here.
Sometimes I get it.
And she's not that shrieky voice. She's that deep, melodious voice.
I hope she's going to recover.
But she's smiling and all,
Yeah, but the only thing is that if it is a psychological thing, then I hope she's out of that place. That is important.
Yeah. They would have diagnosed something like that in this
They
hospital.
may have given her some counseling also. They may have prescribed some medication.
If she's oiling and all, you never know. They must have given us, must have given us some medication.
Somehow I always feel that being dependent on anything is, I don't like that feeling, being dependent on the medicine or the.
No, but see, having gone through it, not to this intensity, mine was comparatively, even now. In fact, I went to the doctor last month. He says you just continue like this. Nothing, don't increase the dose at all. Don't decrease.
So these current ones are not ones that make you dependent.
Nothing,
anytime.
nothing, not anytime. You have to taper off.
No, but I mean, when you're ready, that's what I said.
If you feel you're doing well and all, no, then you take out quarter tablet. Then after 1 month, take another. So that's the way to give it up. You can't stop.
You can't just stop.
You can't stop.
Now, what will you do of this? You won't leave it as it is?
Yeah, I'll empty it because it will break if I carry, and it's very heavy also. So I'll just empty it and take it up and then fill it up like this. Keep it.
But I'll remove those terrariums, turn the table round. Because the table has been placed the wrong way.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, this actually.
Yeah, it's lovely. I wish I could just put one fish in
Yeah.
and see it moving around. And this, the glass on all sides, is it a 3D look?
Yeah.
Like when you're seeing it from far away, no?
Yeah, correct.
It looks much more wider than what it is.
Yeah. No, we have often debated keeping a center table, but it will make Madhuri's work too much, you know. And if we had a center table, then terrarium and this and all could be kept on that.
How can you keep it on the center table?
Just as a decorative thing, no? That center table is there only, but how you
But now we've got
sweeping and all is very difficult. That's why we don't have a center table.
No, sweeping is not difficult if there's a center table. If there's no carpet, you can have a center
Exactly.
table. The carpet is the problem.
Otherwise, it's
fact,
actually, yeah, carpet.
In fact, every time I tried to throw someone out who was doing Jadu Bhatta, the next person who came for an interview would ask for 1,200 rupees. I forget it. We'll somehow deal with Sunanda only for 700 or 800 what you were paying.
But I tell you, even now, no, when I feel like sleeping on the carpet, I have a fantastic sleep. I don't know whether nobody else has heard me snoring except Anita. Yeah.
No, maybe Popcorn is not sleeping in our room because she is hearing your music. Immediately you do this. And that eye gets bigger and bigger.
Yeah, actually.
In fact, I'm going to get one black eye and put it on the other side. So it, sometimes I feel, when he gets lethargic, not wanting this and all, as if someone has cast evil eyes on him.
I don't believe in evil eyes, sir.
So I was just telling him yesterday, I'm going to get one black thing and stick it on that eye. So it will be a black thing also and the eye also.
Did I tell you that Khan admitted that he has taken her to some fellow for taking out Jadoo and all that?
But there are a lot of people, like this friend of mine, she's a Muslim, but she claims that she has seen it, that in her relatives only this thing has been happened, like that person is possessed, and the kind of energy they have at that particular time and the way they behave, it is very abnormal. Like you understand that this is something not a regular.
Like, so, but they are possessed by the devil or something.
By the spirits. So even I'm still in like two minds that why would a spirit ever want to harass a human? Why would it, unless it has some, this wish has been unfulfilled and that is why he is here. But harassing another human, I don't know.
Now like that 777, what's the name of the movie?
Okay, the Damien.
Damien.
I didn't see that. I have not seen that.
But there also, I think the
666.
Yeah, I mean, that child was born with the 666.
Yes, that is the devil's number.
That is made up stories.
That is, I'll tell you. He has a dog, black dog, who's the protector. And there is a nurse.
And the dog also gets
and there's a nurse who specially comes for him.
But that's a made up story, is it?
Yeah, it's not a real thing.
No, but there is this priest who has been known for knocking out spirits, no?
Now, even these, if you have ever seen, but these movies are nice, and they're interesting to watch. Annabella, which is the other Conjuring, the entire series of Conjuring, 1, 2, 3, and the Nun and all that is also. So the couple which is shown in that, they are not the real couple, but they are the ones who have been, they can feel, they can understand if there is some bad spirit, and they are the ones who come to go to houses who are being possessed and to clear off these. So they say that these stories are real. It's based on true incidents. God knows, like unless you don't see, you don't believe it's like that. But then there are certain things.
I find it. I don't know.
You don't see, but then
I will not argue with people who believe. I will not argue with you on rebirth also. I mean, I'll discuss. I won't argue. But I don't know. I just.
Yeah, but that's not it.
Yeah, it is correct. I
because
cannot.
Believe, then
Yeah.
they get scared also.
I cannot. My logic doesn't convince me. It's not that I'm trying to oppose you.
Exactly. Even when the logic part comes, even I can't believe it. But then there are things which are there in this world and you've not seen or understood also. So you can't say that.
No, now, see, now, like you said, I was imagining my father's voice. I was just about 9 when my father died, not even 9. And he called out to me, actually called out to me 3 times.
No, but these things happen.
And my aunt, who was telling us stories, we were all at my grandfather's house, so my cousins and all. No one heard, but he called out to me, and I heard. Then I told my aunt. So she said, "Why didn't you tell me I would have taken you down?" I said, "No, I suppose I'd seen him then." So, but that's your father. I said, "Yeah, but he's dead. That's a ghost then, no?" But I used to.
But I tell you one minute. You know, I sometimes lie down in bed just for nothing. Also, I'm not asleep. I've often felt someone tapping me on the shoulder. You know, quite often. So maybe my clothes have moved, or some breeze has moved my clothes.
I felt this feeling yesterday when I was meditating. Actually, this yoga teacher of mine, she just was meditating on all the chakras. So, and suddenly my phone went off. It just, yeah, it died. And I'm waiting for her to go ahead. But still, I was in such a lovely state now. So I said, let it be. Like, maybe after some time she will say, oh, I was just lying. And suddenly I felt this kind of feeling over here. Okay. And I thought it was Shona. So I moved the hand here and there. She wasn't there. Then I continued my meditation. Then after some time, I realized that my phone is dead. So then I woke up and I saw that the room was closed. There was no Shona in the room. Room was also closed. There's no way that she came in and went out. So what was this like? Literally like this, how Shona comes and licks my hand when she's there. So those kind of feelings.
But if you're under the fan, no, your muscles contract sometimes. If you haven't turned for a long time, why do you get catch and all that? Then you get some throbbing sensation sometimes. It goes after all.
See, throbbing is different. That I understand. That is in the muscle now.
Yeah.
This is something
Okay, I thought I'll offer you a drink, but if you've got work to do, I won't detain you, huh?
And in case if you're going anywhere, now the car is not this.
Can you do me one favor?
Yeah,
You got the specs on, no? I had to take this off. Now I can't put it on because this has to go into this. One of these, like this one. So this one I took off because something had bitten me and scratching, and also I took this off. But now I can't put it back. So you want me to put it in my ear, then you just screw it up.
So tiny.
Pay the place. No, and I have nails.
Yeah,
that's another.
Tomorrow I'm going to work on this letter.
Yeah, if I'm here, then you can just call me.
Once I finish, then I'll call you.
Okay.
Don't tell me the phone has got blocked.
Within a day.
No, this is at least 20 or 10 days.
Oh, when you were just with 1 year.
Yeah, there are three on this side and 2 on this side.
Acha, Aparna, whenever you are free, no, you see, I'm very serious about your taking me to the spot. Literally the spot where you seen this fellow and picked him up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, if I'm not going, then we'll go.
Yeah. And it is a very, what shall I say? It's a mental experience that has transmitted to me. So I want to see that it is, it's something unbelievable. It's a story, it's a story.
can't make out. It's right through and through. The thick thing is gone.
Yeah, because this one is very tight. It's going in, no, it's above that.
You know, when you are going through any difficulty or whatever it may be, your mind is looking at the, will it go away? Will it get worse? How should I deal with it? You know, am I ever going to live through it? That so that experience, whether he has had an animal or not, I don't know. I want to feel that experience and how, like switching off a light, you know, it's something which you cannot imagine. Right? If you are good in movies and you are good in writing and all, you can really develop this thing. You can really develop it into some startling change suddenly, like sharply. It is fate. Is it, you know, it's like I honestly like a hand of God or something like that. It is not possible. It's like suddenly you're becoming into a, you know, you.
I told you about that boy, one boy, he was called the Lion. It's a lion or tiger, a lion. I think. The movie's name is also Lion. See on Netflix, it's there. So he was a slum dweller. And he, with his brother, he went to work somewhere. And they had to travel by train. So it was definitely far away from where he was staying. And the brother, he was very sleepy, small fellow. And the brother said, okay, you just lying here. And that fellow was in deep sleep. He didn't even realize what his brother told him. He just was lying on that bench at the station, and the brother went away to work. Now this guy got up and he's wondering, where's the brother? He thought the brother has left him. So he went searching for him. He didn't remember that the brother has told him to lie down. He got into a train, the empty train, and this train was going somewhere. So he went with the train. The entire train is empty. He slept off. He doesn't know where he got up. That's where he faced so many things. Like somebody tried to catch hold of him and maybe sell him or whatever. Some, these children for begging. So somehow his sixth sense. Yeah, it is a true story. Now it was his sixth sense that he realized that no, this is not something right happening. Though this lady gave him food and clothing and everything, but her boyfriend came and then something they spoke and he saw them and he felt that there's something wrong. He escaped from there. Then he was in an orphanage or something where they tried to find out where he is. Then even that didn't help. And then there was a couple who came out from Australia. And the couple said that the lady, she got a dream. She was not getting children. She got a dream that a black, dark-skinned boy she has adopted or something like that, some dream. So she came and searched for that. And seeing him immediately, she's like, I want to take him. And this fellow goes with her to Australia. Now imagine the change of fate. Now he goes there, he's living in the best of house, he has everything. Now the couple gets a child, but the child has Down syndrome. So there are difficulties with that their child. And this fellow is getting to do what he wants, whatever education he wants, he has done everything. But at the back of his mind, he always has his brother. Now where is his brother? And then somehow he tries to find out in India, and somehow when he comes to India, he meets his mother. The brother is dead, and he is united with the family. Sister is there, and even the Australian, and they have shown all of them, the real people.
So he remained here or he went to the Australian people?
That was not shown in the end. But the movie's name is Lion. So imagine the change of fate. Just
no, but
like
what
this.
about Tattu?
Tattu, I thought about that. Like this only. He was also taken away by some Australian.
He was not kidnapped or anything.
Not kidnapped.
His aunt was working with us.
Like Madhuri.
And he was quite an intelligent kind of a person. And he was, I think, working in Holiday Inn or Sun and Sand as, helping someone bring the screwdriver, bring the hammer and all that. And one Italian guy took a liking to him. He used to take him all over the place. So when this Italian guy was going, he says, I'm going to take you also. He got him all his immigration, visa, passport, the Jing Bang lot, and Dattu is in Italy. Can you imagine? Born in Father Wadi.
chubby cheeks and a very beautiful face actually, so I said, I'm not going to pay you money. Why are you begging? Where's your mother? So my mother is sitting there. She said, okay, don't pay me money. You buy these plastic bags from. I said, okay. So I just bought. Then her entire gang came and they started chatting. Didi humko energy pila. So I said, okay, chalo, let me give them energy there only you get. So and then suddenly they saw that lychee bottle. Then they wanted lychee. Then okay, so I had 100 rupees. I said, whatever comes in this, I'm going to give. So all of them got one for luckily, and one for the sister also. So finished. Then after some time, they're like chatting and chatting and chatting. Now you give us clothes. I said, now next time. Okay, so we are going to wait here. Come tomorrow and give us clothes.
So you give?
No. I didn't go back there. But these people, they wander away. They are there one day. One day there was another lady with a child. No, there was one small child. So he was sitting there and he was hungry and I felt sorry for him and I was going to Satvik school. I said, wait here, I'll bring something. So I got samosa and that cookie. And he was there. So I gave it to him. And immediately one other lady, maybe elder sister or maybe one of the gang, she just snatched that and took it away. And the poor fellow, he wouldn't even do anything. That was the worst, they feel so helpless at that stage.
But this popcorn's transformation is equally.
See,
I mean, a chap crossing the road,
Say,
go.
he is that high the breed is only a royal breed, maybe in the cats.
Yeah.
So he got what he was destined to get.
The royalty.
The poor guy just went through that bad phase of losing his eye. And
Where was he? He was going to eat something, or what was he? Where was he going?
No, he was just crossing.
Very slowly, is it?
Where from the
pet shop, and he
this was the school.
Yes. So
He was crossing briskly,
yeah,
or he
I
was.
looked at him, he looked different. So
Was he walking fast or?
No, slowly he was slowly. He's taking it. Actually, I saw him coming out of that, and I'm wondering why anybody is that pet shop. And I just kept wondering that why I thought somebody will come out. No one came, and I waited, and by that time it crossed. And then Hinjal said, "See that cat." So.
Acha, he was with you, is it? Hinjal was with you.
So then I was standing out only. So I went and I picked it up. And when I saw his face, I said, I waited there, okay, so that someone, they own the cat, they will come. No one came. They were all right over there and they got that.
He was in your hand.
Yeah, I was holding him like this. I just didn't go there because somehow I felt I want to take this cat. So I waited. No one came. I said, "You are mine now." So then we kept him in my mother-in-law's lobby. There is one space for a fountain. So it was empty. So I just kept him there. That he will not be able to escape. And we got some milk for him. Because what else to feed him at that time? No? He didn't have any. Then afterwards.
He drank.
Yeah, I added a lot of water so that the milk is not too much. But something to give him because he was like, very frail looking. Then I put it in the car. Then we got him home.
But he drank that whatever you gave him, he drank.
Not much. Little bit we had.
Then was he sleeping all the time here, or he was walking around when you brought him?
He was enjoying.
Immediately.
Yeah. Exploring.
Yeah? Very first day.
Yeah. Exploring.
In spite of his eye and all.
Now, see, he cannot tell you that I'm in pain. He cannot show you that I'm in pain. So what does he do? And then maybe, I don't know whether the pain was there or not, because it seemed like a fresh wound. Fresh wound would be with blood or whatever. So not bleeding. So it might have happened long time back.
Maybe at birth itself.
Must be.
So because we have, after looking at all the papers, his medical papers, March 22nd, he was declared 2 months old by Finite Foundation. we calculate, okay, he's born in January, end of January. So we are, so we would celebrate his birthday on the 24th of January.
Wow.
Now he's 8 months old. Today is 24.
But he's make a fool of anybody, huh? You don't know how he gets his way. He falls like that, like completely, you know, like that. And so he's going to die.
So just now when I walked in also,
Is it?
he was rolled up. Now he's eaten. I showed him both the packets. Which one you want? This one you want or this one you want? He's letting his discuss. He's finished all the discuss.
So one packet in one time, or he takes 2 meals or whatever?
3 times. Actually, his appetite, because see that he has to chew, whereas that Mio is not. He doesn't have to chew. It's minced already. So that he might finish off faster.
When she's around, he ignores me totally. When she's not there, he'll come behind me.
They are also smart like kids.
Damn smart fellow, yeah. He's very smart fellow. And you know, I've noticed when any visitor comes, he will show off like hell.
Yeah.
All of them do like that.
Shona does in front of us, not visitors, I don't know. But in front of us, she does.
He doesn't come and sit next to me. He has gone and yesterday presented himself to Jayasri, sat down there. Yeah.
Yeah, he was sitting right
Sitting
there.
down there, looking at her and all that, yeah.
So he must have been wondering why the hell she's not taking that bottle and feeding me.
Yeah.
No, these were lying here yesterday also.
No, he will not eat. No, he will not. I have to take them in my hand and feed him.
The same thing you have to take in your hand and you will not eat them.
He is the
In the
prince,
morning also, I am feeding him.
rather princess.
Yeah. He goes and sits on the ledge there and he will just look. If I give him the food in the saucer, he won't eat. I have to, yeah.
In the night, you know, if like, you know,
There's no one
Passing
around.
like that, he may just go and munch. Yeah.
he's
He
never
will not
cleaned
eat.
the bowl.
Unless you feed him, he doesn't eat.
And he took the bottle, then you have to, and he put both his legs on my thigh, and he.
You know, when you carry him, he struggles and all. You're supposed to walk with him. Then he's relaxed. Then he looks here and there.
When you're passing something, he'll try to pull it.
And he wants you to carry him also.
Yeah, he's wanting to be carried only. Yeah, carried, not carried, walk. He has to be walked around.
You can't carry and stand.
Yeah.
So now he doesn't want to do that effort. So he wants you to do that
Yeah.
for him.
He's actually like another child in the house. I mean,
I call him Prince of Persia.
he's all these things we are doing and all that, as though like some baby has been brought in the house.
Parlor day for him.
My God, really?
Yeah.
Shona, you know, all of us, we are so like Ihan will get up first thing. Where is Shona? That's the
Yeah,
first
well,
thing.
we are. Yeah.
Satvik,
Where is this fellow? Yeah.
It's like no one else exists.
Yeah.
And then we will crib also that Shona wants, so immediately you will get it. Now Shona wants AC because she's feeling hot.
Same thing. Yeah. Where is he gone? You get worried also. Don't see him.
Morning, we'll come there, near to bed. Jordan gets up to phone me. Then when I'm not getting up, then meow.
Oh, that's a lovely video there is on FB. I will share it. This kitten is so loving. Cat. She is so loving. I think Persian, and she will respond to everything. So he'll say good night, something like
Acha?
this. She will do. Then if you ask him something in or I don't know, meow, that will be a nice meow. But good morning, quack. That same thing, that same kind of tone she will try to do.
I see.
But even his calling out is different things for the different kind for different.
Yeah. Like Shona, she doesn't meow much. Very rarely we get to hear her meows. So when she had met with an accident and when she couldn't sleep, that time she was calling out a lot. Yeah, and that was different. Yeah. Not pain, but come and help me. Something like that. So the moment we are there around her, she's okay. So that meow was very different from her regular.
In this case, when he's in his own world, and you go there, like, what do you want? What do you want?
She's hiding and all that also.
Yeah. Like it is something to just try, let him try. So the moment he did this action of running, he ran in full speed and something went running behind.
Ranjit, have you seen this pet carry bag?
Something also loved it.
So you can also take your.
Yeah, I think I will buy this because
No, you can use it. Why should you buy it? Yeah, you use it. Incidentally, just give my. I have to give her some money. And her bag is also yours. You're sure you only 100 rupees? No?
Yeah.
You want to give 200, I can take the other one.
Actually, people tell me you should never refuse one.
I see.
Take it quietly.
Yeah. It's your insulting if you don't take it. Okay. Thank you so much.
See you. No, thank you for helping.
After how many months are you going to have your next session?
I'm thinking about, but I want anyway. That's a matter of interest. How are you going to present this? It's going to be very unusual for me to see your this graphology.
Graphology will be exactly the way I have presented before again. Same thing.
But where are they going to write and all? They'll be writing and all that.
They can take screenshots also.
And then they send it to you.
What? Okay.
The specimens, yeah.
See that I can only take up a few online with my laptop. But the remaining I can just personally send them the analysis.
You can analyze my handwriting. How much of a cookie Anita is. So all my parish people will.
Yeah, okay. Okay, see you then. Shall I help you clear?
No. We will manage that.
What about this?
This is a big problem, but I will do it. I'll have to empty it and take it. But we have to turn the table round. So it's a blessing in disguise. That table is supposed to touch the edge of that window.
So you get a
Yeah, you get extra space. I turned it around without realizing.
No, not you. Smarty. Chotelal. Only Chotelal can do smart things. Anyway, he's taken the TV. He's supposed to.
Yeah, he bought the TV from us. Not paid us, but he's taken it anyway.
He said Sunday he'll come and get.
They say that if you leave anything in somebody's house, it's a subconscious desire to want to come back there.
Yeah.
He's enjoying it.
On inside. So you have to put it on outside. all these statues are there?
Acha. is open, no? There.
I take the spray away. Very nice, no? Afterward, you feel like a hero. No? It actually feels quite like a child. Oh, no, you didn't have to do all that. This one has left her charger behind. I put the outside light off. You don't have to do anything now. Okay? No. Who went on for 2 hours?
Yeah.
else?
Yeah.
Men are all hopeless for this. That's why their lives are all wasted. And Anand said the same thing. Don't get any men coordinators because especially from the business community, he says they all useless mothers. The houses come to normal, no? Totally normal. Totally normal now, no? Molly Baba. Saparna has left her charger behind. Lift your toes. What is that wire in it?
That is an aerator only extension.
I was playing with it. No? You were playing with it, no? Exactly how it is. Woman, you're so cute. So cute. Happy good? Happy good with you? All the things that are on in your body. So it is nice. What will happen? doesn't happen at night.
2 hours I was talking, is it?
Yeah.
The daylight also, no?
You've got a capacity to talk. So much thinking. See, like this, no problem. You can rush me. Everything has to be done in the lab. Huh? In this case, everything has to be done in the lab. And you put the boy. And you put the boy. What's where the boy? You want to get sick? You have never brushed your pet. You won't. Sonia needs. What did you say? You have never brushed popcorn. Well, I popcorn. He's a very handsome boy. He everything is done for him. Oh my God. Oh my God. Peacefully, he's getting himself touched.
What do they say? Do you ask them about the any possible people have been accused in that case?
And for what overcharging on transfer.
So he got these people to set to give all these things.
And made fair mistake, non-occupancy charges. I said that to even I had told you, though I don't have a flat here for this thing. But I said, in Malad, we are paying a ridiculous fee. This kind of figure for a 1-bedroom flat, which is a big 1-bedroom flat. It's not a small 1-bedroom flat. Okay, it's Malad, so but even then, you can't charge like this. Actually, a paid is the one the biggest offender. Yeah. No, no, no. I know, I know, I know. I don't. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. Very proud of boy. Yes, good boy. Easy boy. Where are you going to run? See, pops. See, Popuch. Actually, most of the hair comes out of this tail.
I see.
See that. Now you've done this to me, no? Come on. Irish smarty pants. Yeah, really smarty pants. Hmm? Would you throw this? All yours. Alle. Alle. Yeah. What is that? What is it? Oh, that jar down, you push it to the center. Suddenly we might see the lizard and go and jump on it. Push it to the aquarium guide on there. What? It is considered to be royalty. Huh? Well, that's why I call it Prince of Persia. No? salt and a lot of liquids. And I do all sorts of things going around all on because what happens to you. So I have nothing to really worry about. In fact, I think sometimes the pressure has gone down. I do it, as if my whole head is getting sucked into the pillow. Can't get out of bed. Yeah, very low. In fact, yeah, yeah. Now I know how to handle myself. But usually when things start happening to you, you don't know what's happening there. St. Jude's one is over now. October. In fact, we didn't invite you because it was decided last year. And if you are anything like Parikara, now, you better not to say anything. Yeah. No, but online only. Yeah, I didn't want online. Yeah. So now October you call. And yeah, otherwise everything is okay. I have put the medical thing on the scary computer. And now in a day or two, I put up for the Christmas trip and the stuff that we start with it now. But I'm surprised why would the people are not circulating it to the communities. The medical, this one gave a full sheet, no, of the medical health at what's that hospital at Navy Station, Navy Station. That's when even gave a separate sheet. I put it immediately on my community group. Yeah, now I put it on the steering committee yesterday itself. And yeah, no, but then once John, yeah, that was very good. Father, the committees come to, the communities come to know some things when we have not even informed. I should have been said, as see what is not secretive and what is important. I announce it straight away on the steering committee. No, please don't do that. We're not murdering someone or going to rob the bank. No? What's your problem? Joan also comes up with like Joan nonsensical stuff. It doesn't harm anyone, and it is something that needs to be circulated SOS, no? And the fastest way to do it is through the steering committee. You don't have access to the coordinators. I send it all in letter. You don't have access. Steering committee, the coordinators have got access to the entire committee. So that's where it should be circulated. Shut up. People don't like, they want to be, I'm the first one. I should be the first one. Had your dinner? Oh, what are you eating? Oh, you tried at night also. Oh, my God. You feel sleepy, huh? My God. Oh Lord. I mean, not that we go to sleep, but I want to finish answering all my WhatsApp messages and the first day. Oh, okay. They should have put you near the bell. Your room near the bell. Oh. There you are, 5 o'clock something. So next week, I think we should be able to meet those two. Actually, those is behaving very bad. Peter Lobo, Gloria has stepped down. We are meeting them, but in fact, I told Gloria, I said, please, you go and talk to these people, whoever the 4-5 actors are. What is your problem? You are going to nurture them. They are not going to do anything to you. And I said, wherever we have had mergers, those then they flourish. So, what are we talking about community or disunity? Then she said, I said, see, worst comes to worst, we call them, I will call Chapatal also. Now, see, she will be meeting them tomorrow. Then she can, sometime next week, I'll check with you when you're free and come to same source because he's the and I think Fabi James will really bring them all on board. Yeah, because these are very nice way of talking. Whereas people rubs you up the wrong way. You know what it is? But it's nice that they but you come in and say hello to everyone. You say hello to everyone. Please let them know who the parish priest is. Is it putting a dummy on the Zoom? And then, because his way. No, sorry. No, we have it at the extension. We have it at the extension. So, anyway, but I told my sister, you are lucky that you got someone like who speaks so well, he's got so much of knowledge and experience. And I said, he knows how to handle conflict also. So let's see when they all come together. But we are not going to give it. Just don't give it. We keep trying. Okay. Good night. God bless. Bugs bite. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Bye. Hi, how are you? Just keep seeing on Facebook. Actually, I believe you are building again for a lot of COVID cases. Mom's birthday, yeah. But your block or the other block? Oh my. Yes, very block. Jasmine said. In fact, Gordon picked up the point. So I said, but our block of Vera's block, silk water, or that I. We had about 3 weeks ago, one case in my block. But she, of course, checked us at the hospital. It's super easy, there was no one to take. And yeah. Not going like that. Oh. And it's because the older after got problems, so this But this happened how many days ago? Oh, that's almost a week. No, I saw your partnership party that you had. I said, oh, and her birthday. No, no, and I said, Vera's birthday is coming. That party's gone down the drain. Yeah, yeah. After 3 4 months minus gains, and then every time one or two get topped up afterwards, with the mail, you are sharing the mail with that family which has got the COVID, the mail is not allowed. Thank God my mail is coming after that. Oh, no, in fact, my mail, when they stay, start for not one case came up there. Not one case. Literally one into the other. Next one. The thought of it makes me feel suffocated. Lucky the elastic doesn't bounce back at you. anyway, our presentation was very good. And that's why I said all the talent is in zone 3 only, you know. That is why it has to be the best. The director, producer, actors, actresses, everyone is here. Christmas. No, no, better to be that way. Yeah, yeah. So, but you got two with you, no? Lisa and I said you got Lisa and Jasmine. Yeah, but they have to empty their hands at that time. Yeah. But I think Lisa is better than her, huh? Where putting things together is. Because she sent me that video again, and I thought, I mean, you know, she is very professional about the whole thing. Correct. No, no, I think you've got the two best in your with you. Anyway. Crazy, yeah. Oh. But even the outside of her building is being done up. No? Because I can see her building from here. Achha, now they want inside. Oops, okay. Chalo. All well, yeah. How Carrie and the family, yeah. Okay. Okay. You know, Shaila and all, they are going to school, work, and all that sort of thing. All four of them, both the children go to school, and Shaila and David that work. Yeah. Yeah. It's like that boy, no, who said, I will teach you on how to. झाड़ू पे online. Chalo, okay, nice speaking with you. Yeah, bye. झाड़ू करता हूँ online. One family, the whole family has got it. Not eight people, not 8 flats. Eight family, huh? Anyway, it's in Vera's block.
She stays in Vera's building.
That's in the other block.
So it's not in her building. Why she's going there?
I'm quite impressed with this pet carrier. It's got a nice soft inside.
It's very soft to small, no?
Yeah.
Was he gone inside?
Yeah, he went no.
On his own?
Ah.
He went on his own. Then what came on him?
Then I opened this and he came out. You must inspect everything, no? Two are in the hospital actually. Too old. Elderly couple.
She told me that they have come back home. I mean, somebody has come back home. Two or one.
Two elderly Ambani. They were in Bellevue. Then go back. Takes and everything. Then you open this, wash it out, put it back. And here's the cut everything.
What's for dinner? You're not cooked that lotus, it won't go bad, no?
No, I boiled it. Tomorrow evening I will cook. You just started, no? So I have a quick shower. Maria Barnes. I don't know who she is. A wonderful session by Gordon. He explained step-by-step procedure to be followed, very easy to understand. Enjoyed the session, which was nearly 2 hours. Thank you for your time, Gordon. Roshni D'Souza. I loved the session today, so detailed and clear, so many doubts. Joanna Vaz. Thanks, Gordon, for this lovely session. I had to leave in between. Thanks, Roy, for arranging these lovely sessions. Thank you, Mr. Yvonne Fernandez. Thank you, Gordon, for the very enlightening talk and explanation of building and caring for your aquarium. This hobby gives you a lot of peace and calm. Manuel, a nice session, but I too had to leave halfway. Roy, regret at the last minute had to leave home for an emergency. Could return only after some time, but it was an enlightening session. Thank you, Gordon and Aparna. Oh, he's done a video.
Oh.
Roy.
Oh.
Doris. Thank you, Roy and Gordon. Thank you for the recording. We'll watch it later. Sharon. Pallavi missed it. Thanks for the recording.
But everybody talks very clearly. They all give, they talk very well. You can understand everything.
Yeah. Why is it not playing?
Whatever you plan to serve there,
I need to finish.
quarter to 10. Maximum 10, 5, 10, 10.
Anji, our Anji. Set the table and warm the khana. I'm going for a bath.
like to eat carrot and walk. And you don't like to Chinese food?
Bhaskar didn't come for the meeting, is it?
Huh?
Bhaskar?
No, only Paresh, Vivek, Bhavesh.
Chalo, photos also take.
You start, I'll take some time.
5 past.
You'll start.
Ujjwal and this chap,
Which,
secretary. So I said, but you have just now spent, I said, you're going now. The third wave is going to come, then you will get stuck there for another year or so. Everything is going to get delayed till then. No, I won't. I'll come back anyhow. Because in any case, after the handover, after the election, I'm not coming back. I'm leaving Bombay.
he's leaving Bombay.
This luggage is already packed.
What's he going to do with his flight? You'll start, huh? Because I don't want, Friday is my day.
So, because I don't want to be without things to
You put off that way.
both those.
Make this fan a little faster, put that fan off.
This fan
This fan one speed, only one.
What the boo? And my baba. Chacha monkey. Chacha monkey donkey.
Freshwater fish, you take one session, huh?
What's he looking at like that? What is that? Look at that. So that means Shauna, she doesn't do all these kind of things that this fellow does.
Yeah.
Look at the way. The royalty. Maybe I will get not going anywhere. Yeah, it's the same thing.
I wiped his mouth in the morning, and he doesn't like wiping both.
He doesn't like wiping mouth and he doesn't like wiping his bum. Huh?
Ranjit also wipes his mouth. Right?
It's say, oh God, these people in this house, they're obsessed with wiping some part of me. Where's he gone?
He's right here. Gone for water.
Probably he's the only one in Bentham who will have a nice looking carry bag, pen carrier. Everyone goes and buys those plastic baskets, no?
Yeah. JC has got plastic basket.
I think these people also got a plastic basket.
Is it?
But maybe the sell themselves and gone.
The split is there. You just stop drinking water.
My God. Oops. That fellow's taken his chance and crossed over. The lizard.
Is it?
He's gone that side.
You went across or you went on the
No, he
piece?
went from this over the jali. Support. Pops. Your friend is there. The lizard. Poppet. Let's see. Lizard. You want to catch him? Catch him, lizard. There.
What have you put in that?
New cracker biscuits.
Jadhav is not there this Sunday. He's going to his so-called native place today.
Tomorrow you're going to Anand.
So the people whom Roy informs, They are who, these community people, or who are they?
No, they're people from other parishes, other countries,
Is it?
other towns.
In that case, the response was not so good, but he could have. You know, it was more than that. This is my last. So I have sent to lots of people.
None of them came.
No, not that I know of. So most of the people were from Good Shepherd only, is it?
See, Rosie, Laura, Doris, Joyce, Angela. I don't know who, Manuela and Jessica. I don't think they're from our parish. Ranjit. Ranjit, you put this side over, right? Ranjit. 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 maybe some of that is elevated. It will make noise. With the light version. popular in the past. letter got into him. Oh, and sex.
I'll have little chocolate. 2 cubes.
garbage, they're not having this now. I thought someone was coming to pick this up. What's there? What's there, Babu? What's there? According to Jayashree was in awe. Is in awe.
Yeah.
Fox. And I think out of all these pet owners, he's probably given the best of everything. Huh? Him, we will never be able to leave him anywhere and go out of audit together. Coach? You stay with someone? Where's the offer? Where's the offer?
Between the two toilets.
So that means something is coming. Gone inside.
Go to the bedroom.
religious places and places of worship for public will be allowed to open with effect from 7/10/2001, as per timings decided by the trust board authority of the respective religious places, outside of containment zone only. Wearing a face mask, social distancing is provision for thermal screening and hand wash or sanitizers will be mandatory. The SOP on preventive measures to contain spread of COVID-19 in religious places, places of worship is attached herewith as Annex 1. The concerned local authorities in consultation with the relevant stakeholders can further add any directions to these guidelines, taking into consideration the local conditions. Further, all norms of social distancing and precaution to prevent COVID-19 as prescribed in above referred orders shall be followed by order and in the name of Government of Maharashtra, Sitaram Kunte. Religious places which the worship get frequented by large number of people to prevent spread of COVID-19 infection. It is important to require social distancing and other preventive measures are followed in such premises. This document outlines various generic precautions measures to be adopted in addition to specific measures to be taken at the purpose to prevent spread of COVID-19 religious places and for worship. Why don't you go and lie down?